Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. This probably isn't the right place to post this, and maybe it'll just get buried, but I need to get it out. I've had this half written in my notes for like a week. I keep rewriting the intro because I don't know how to explain it without sounding completely off. But I swear, this is real, and it's getting worse. I live alone in a small apartment in New Jersey. Not a great area, not awful either. I work from home and I'm a night owl, so my routine's pretty backwards. Most nights I don't eat dinner until after midnight. It started as a bad habit, now it's just normal. I don't cook much. I usually just order something, wings, burgers, late night Chinese, that kind of thing. There's this local spot I used to order from a lot. They're open late, always fast, decent prices. Same delivery guy every time. Middle-aged dude, clean shirt, quiet, polite. Never said more than a few words, but I appreciated that. He'd just hand over the bag, nod, and walk back to his car. No weird vibes. At least, not at first. It started changing maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. One night, I was working late and realized I hadn't eaten. I checked the time, it was around 1:15 and opened the app to place an order. Before I could finish picking my food, I got a text from an unknown number. It just said, "Outside." I thought it was spam until someone knocked. I opened the door and it was him, the same delivery guy, holding a takeout bag. I said, "I didn't order anything yet." He didn't respond, just held the bag out like it was already mine. I took it, confused, and tried to tell him I hadn't paid, but he was already walking back down the steps. Inside, I opened the bag. It was a container of soup, 2 egg rolls and rice. Not what I was planning to order. Not what I'd ever ordered before. I figured it was a mistake. Maybe he mixed me up with someone else. I felt weird about eating it, but it was late and I was starving, so I did. Next night, same thing. I didn't order anything. But at 1:19 a.m. exactly, another knock. Same guy. Same meal. I told him again that I hadn't ordered anything. He didn't even acknowledge it, just gave me the bag and left. That time, I didn't eat it. I left it on the counter, unopened. It felt wrong. I checked the number that texted me, still unknown. No replies when I messaged it back. The third night, I didn't even get a knock. I just found the food sitting on my welcome mat when I opened the door for some air. Same bag, same meal. No receipt, no note. I started checking the hallway cam on my phone. The building has security footage for every floor, including outside my unit. When I pulled up the recording, my skin went cold. It showed him, the delivery guy, walking straight in. He didn't knock, didn't hesitate, just opened the door and walked inside like he lived here. Thing is, my door was locked. Always is. I played it again, watched him push it open without using a key. He didn't break it. It didn't look forced. Just opened. He stepped into the kitchen, sat down at the table. Didn't move for 20 minutes. He didn't eat. He didn't look around. He just sat there, staring straight ahead. Then he stood up and left, closing the door behind him like it was nothing. I don't remember hearing any of it. I know I was home, awake. I should have heard something. But I didn't. That's when I stopped opening the door. Next night, I stayed up and watched the footage live on my phone. Right at 1:19, he came back. Didn't knock. Didn't even look toward the camera. Just stood in the hall for a second, then turned and walked back toward the stairs. I thought maybe it was done. But then I got another text. "Hungry yet?" I didn't reply. Didn't sleep either. I blocked the number the next morning. Installed a new lock too, one of those keypad ones. I didn't want a key out there that I didn't know about. Next few nights were quiet. No texts, no food, no sign of him. I thought it was over. Until last night. I woke up around 2:00 a.m. from a weird dream, the kind that makes your skin feel cold even though the room is warm. I reached for my phone and saw a motion alert from the hallway cam. I pulled it up, half asleep. And there he was. Not alone. He was back at my door, holding the same bag, but this time someone else was with him. Standing just behind him, out of the light. I couldn't make out their face. They didn't move, just stood there in the shadow behind the stairwell. The delivery guy turned and handed them the bag. They took it, walked toward the camera toward my door, and then stopped just outside the frame. Like they knew exactly where the edge was. Then the feed glitched. Just for a second. When it came back, they were gone. But the door was open again. And the table? It had 2 chairs pulled out. I didn't go back to sleep after that, just sat on the edge of my bed, staring at my phone, replaying the footage over and over. He never looks at the camera. That's the part that gets me. The delivery guy, if that's even what he is anymore, walks in like he knows exactly where everything is. No hesitation, no searching. Like my apartment is a place he's been going to for years. Like it's his. But the other person, the one behind him, that's who I can't stop thinking about. You can only see them for a few seconds, just a shape in the corner of the frame. I can't even tell if it's a man or a woman. They're tall, or maybe just standing straight. Their arms hang weird. Too long, maybe, or too still. It's like they're wearing stillness the way normal people wear clothes. And when the camera glitches, it's not the kind of glitch where you miss time. It's more like the image gets pulled, stretched sideways, like something too heavy just leaned against the lens. When the feed comes back, they're both gone. But my door's cracked open, and in the kitchen, 2 chairs are pulled out from the table. I know I didn't leave them like that. I always push them in, always. That morning I checked the locks again. Nothing broken, nothing forced. Keypad still working, no signs of entry. But they'd been inside. I could feel it. The air felt used. I didn't eat that day. Didn't want to risk touching anything in the kitchen. Didn't want to see if there were plates in the sink. I just stayed on the couch with the lights on, trying to feel like this was still my home. That night, I turned the hallway cam toward the door so I could watch it live again. I didn't want to be surprised. At exactly 1:19 a.m., the screen blinked. No warning, no motion alert, just a flash of static and then black. The feed cut out completely. When it came back a few minutes later, the door was wide open. I didn't go look. Not right away. I sat there, phone in hand, heart pounding. Then the microwave beeped. One long tone, the end of cycle kind of beep, like it had just finished reheating something. Except I hadn't put anything in. I hadn't touched it. I got up and walked to the kitchen. Slow. Every light in the apartment was on. I made sure of it. The microwave was dark, door closed, nothing inside. But the digital clock was reset, zeroed out, like the power had been cut for a few seconds. And the chairs, both were pushed in now. Neat, precise, like someone didn't want me to know they'd ever been pulled out. I backed out of the kitchen and locked myself in the bathroom. Stayed there till sunrise. Didn't sleep. Didn't move. Just listened. There were no sounds, but the silence felt loud. It's been like that for 3 nights now. No knock. No bag on the mat. Just the camera glitching at 1:19 and the sense that someone's already inside. I started looking for other people who might have experienced something similar. I searched forums, local crime boards, paranormal threads. Nothing matched exactly, but there were hints, stories of people getting deliveries they never ordered. A few posts about someone showing up at the same time every night, bringing nothing, saying nothing. Most of them got downvoted to hell. A few were deleted entirely. But one stuck with me. A user on a thread from 6 months ago, different city, said their brother started getting meals left at his door every night, always the same food. He stopped eating it, but it kept coming. And then one night, the food stopped. And so did he. They found his apartment unlocked, lights on, food still warm. No sign of him. No sign of anyone else. I tried messaging the user. No reply. When I clicked on their profile, it said the account had been removed. I keep thinking about that. And I keep thinking about the face of the delivery guy, what little I can see of it on the footage. I don't remember ever seeing him blink. I don't remember ever hearing him breathe. And now I'm wondering if I ever saw him leave. Because all the footage I've rewatched, and I've watched, every second of it shows him arriving, walking in, sitting, but never leaving. It just cuts. And when it comes back, he's gone. Like he disappears between frames. I left my apartment today for the first time in a while. Just needed to get out. Went to a diner 2 blocks over. Sat at the counter. Ordered eggs and toast. I was halfway through when I realized I was the only one eating. Every other plate was untouched. Every cup full. People sat at their tables like mannequins. Not frozen, not stiff. Just silent. No talking. No clinking of silverware. Just the low hum of the overhead lights and the sound of my own chewing. I left cash on the table and walked out without finishing. I haven't been able to shake the feeling that I was being studied, that the others weren't eating because they were watching me do it, like I was part of something I didn't understand. And tonight, at 1:19, the camera didn't glitch. It stayed on. The feed was clear, but this time there was no delivery guy, no food. Just the second figure, the one from the shadows, standing perfectly still at the bottom of the stairs, not moving, not knocking, just waiting. I didn't sleep again. After I saw that second figure standing at the bottom of the stairs, I kept the cam feed open on my phone, just watching. They didn't move the entire time, just stood there. Same spot, same posture. I watched until 4 in the morning, until my eyes started to blur and the feed started feeling like a bad loop. Then I dozed off on the couch for maybe an hour. When I woke up, the feed showed an empty hallway. I checked the footage. From 1:19 to about 3:52, the figure doesn't move. Then the camera flickers, and the hallway's just empty. No footsteps, no door opening, just gone. It's like watching someone get erased. I should have left that morning, packed a bag, gotten a hotel, or gone to stay with someone I trust. But I didn't. I stayed. I told myself I needed more proof. I think deep down I wanted to see what would happen next, not out of bravery. Just that sick kind of curiosity that keeps you watching horror movies through your fingers. That night I didn't wait on the couch. I moved a chair into the hallway and sat there in front of the door, phone in hand, camera feed open, watching both in real time and live. The clock hit 1:19. Nothing happened for a second. Then my phone buzzed. No number. Just one word in the message. Hungry? I didn't reply. I stayed completely still. Then the hallway lights flickered, only for a second, just long enough to feel wrong. When they steadied, there was a bag on my welcome mat. I hadn't heard a knock. I hadn't heard footsteps. Just 1 second, nothing. Next second, food. I stared at it through the peephole. Same bag. Same size. I didn't open the door. Just sat there, watching it. Eventually I got up and turned the security feed back a minute or two. There was no delivery guy. No shadowy figure. No motion at all. Just a blank hall. And then the footage stuttered only for a frame and the bag was there. Like it was always there. I opened the door, not all the way, just enough to reach out, grab the bag and pull it inside. I put it on the table but didn't touch it. I didn't want to open it. Didn't want to look inside and confirm it was the same meal. I already knew it was. Same weight, same smell, same slow, creeping nausea just from being near it. I went to bed around 5, door double locked. That morning, when I walked into the kitchen, the bag was gone. No sign of it. No dishes in the sink. No wrappers in the trash. Just gone. Like I'd imagined it. Except the camera feed showed me taking it inside. I checked the feed after that. Again and again. It always ended at the moment I took the bag in. Then the next frame would be a still hallway, nothing out of place. No gaps. No evidence of anything ever being inside. Later that day, I started noticing something else. People stopped responding to me. I called May, a friend I've had since college, straight to voicemail. Texted her, nothing. Tried 2 more people I hadn't spoken to in a while. Same. No one answering. I walked to the corner store just to interact with someone. The guy behind the counter didn't say a word, rang up my stuff in silence, no eye contact. Even when I said thank you, nothing. When I left the store, I glanced back through the glass door. He was staring at me now, not blinking, not moving, just staring. I haven't gone back since. That night, I stayed in the kitchen. I kept every light on, sat at the table with a notepad and pen, like writing something down would help me hold on to reality. At exactly 1:19, the lights flickered again. Just once. No knock. No footsteps. Then I heard the chair across from me slide out. I didn't look up. Didn't breathe. Didn't move. But I knew I wasn't alone. I stared at the table, and in the reflection of my cold glass of water, I saw a figure sitting across from me. Not the delivery guy. Not the one from the hallway. A third person, sitting in complete silence, head tilted slightly to the side, hands folded on the table like they'd been waiting patiently for something only I could give them. And the worst part? They looked like me. Not exactly. Not a perfect copy. More like someone had tried to recreate me from memory and gotten most of it right, but missed the details. The way my eyebrows sit, the angle of my jaw, the space between my fingers. Off, just enough to make your stomach turn. I didn't speak. I stood up slowly and backed out of the room. Didn't take my eyes off the reflection until I was out of view. I locked myself in the bathroom and waited for dawn again. When I came out, the kitchen was empty. Both chairs pushed in. The glass of water gone. That was 3 nights ago. I haven't sat at the table since. Haven't cooked. Haven't ordered anything. I don't know what happens if I do. But I'm starting to feel like I'm the one being served now. The first thing I did when I woke up that morning was check the fridge. Not because I was hungry, I haven't really been hungry in days, but because I needed to know if something had been moved, touched, rearranged. Everything looked the same. Milk, leftover pasta, a bottle of hot sauce, a half-used stick of butter, nothing added, nothing missing. Except the middle shelf. It was empty. I didn't remember clearing it out. I didn't throw anything away. I just noticed. And in the spot where I usually keep leftovers, there was a single white napkin. Folded. Clean. Perfectly centered. I didn't touch it. Just closed the fridge door and sat on the floor for a long time. I tried telling myself it was nothing. I even considered filming a video and sending it to May, like maybe if I could show her, someone else would believe this was real. But I already knew she wasn't going to answer. No one would. The calls don't go through anymore. The numbers ring, but they never connect. like the space between me and everyone else has stretched too far to be bridged by a signal. I left the apartment around noon just to walk. Didn't go anywhere specific, just kept moving, block after block. Everything felt muted. The sky looked flat. The streets were quieter than they should have been. People were out walking dogs, pushing strollers, talking on phones, but it all felt like background noise. Like I was walking through a memory of a neighborhood, not the real thing. When I passed a small cafe, I caught my reflection in the window, and there was someone sitting behind me. I stopped, turned. There was no one there. But in the glass, still sitting, same chair, same angle, not moving, not watching, just existing in the same space, slightly out of sync. I crossed the street and didn't look back. That night, I didn't sit in the kitchen, didn't wait. I unplugged the hallway camera. Didn't want to see what would happen at 1:19. Didn't want the motion alert, but I still heard it. A soft sound, not the knock, not the microwave. Something else. A scraping, like someone dragging a chair across tile. I stayed in bed, stayed very still, and when I finally fell asleep, I dreamed of the table again. But this time, I was already sitting at it. Hands folded, body still, and someone else, a blur, a shape, not quite human, was eating across from me. Not the food I used to get, not takeout, but something that looked like memory, hard to describe, like it was chewing pieces of my face, my laugh, my voice. I woke up with a nosebleed and the taste of salt in my mouth. There were 2 coffee mugs in the sink. One was mine. The other, I didn't own it. Plain white ceramic, no logo, clean, but not familiar. I threw it away, even though part of me thought maybe I'd be punished for that. The next night, I boarded up the door. I know how that sounds. I used leftover plywood from the basement, hammered it into the frame from the inside, added screws and a bar across the middle. I didn't trust the keypad lock anymore, didn't trust anything. I also pushed my couch against it. Heavy, pointless, desperate. But it made me feel like I had some control again. That night, I stayed up with headphones in, music low, but enough to drown out every little sound. Nothing came. No knock. No bag. No scraping. Just stillness. It felt like I'd won. Until the morning. I went to the kitchen to make coffee. The chairs were pulled out. Both of them. Same angle. Same exact distance from the table. I hadn't touched them. And next to the coffee machine, there were 2 mugs. Again, both warm. Both full. I threw them both away. Spent the rest of the day trying to find somewhere else to go. A hotel, a room, even a friend of a friend, anyone. But nothing worked. Every address I searched brought me back to my own street. Every listing led to an error. Every attempt to type my name into a booking form, it would freeze, then crash, or erase itself. It's like my name isn't allowed anywhere else now. Like I've been assigned a seat. And if I get up, someone else will take it. Tonight, I unplugged everything. The lights, the fridge, the cameras, the stove. I'm sitting in the hallway now, typing this on a backup battery. There's a sound from the kitchen. A spoon tapping gently against a plate. Not fast. Not loud. Just enough. Just enough to let me know he's eating. Finally. I haven't left the apartment in 3 days. I think it knows when I try. The lights flicker when I get near the door. The hallway goes quiet, too quiet, like it's listening. I keep thinking about that sound, the spoon against the plate. Not hurried, not random. It was careful, measured, like it had been waiting a long time for that meal. I never saw what it was eating. I didn't go look. The kitchen is different now. It feels like a stage I'm not allowed to walk onto anymore. The air is heavier in there, not just colder, denser, like something is occupying space I can't see. On the second night, I got brave. I stood in the doorway and looked in. Just looked. Nothing seemed out of place. Chairs were pushed in. The counter was clean. No food left out. No wrappers, no dishes. Except one glass was upside down in the drying rack. That's not how I leave them. I don't know why that unsettled me so much, but it did. Something about the quiet decision of it, the neatness, like someone else was trying to blend in but didn't fully understand the rules. I turned away and didn't go back in. I've been sleeping in short bursts on the floor of my hallway, wrapped in a blanket facing the kitchen, watching the light under the door. Sometimes it dims, like someone's passing through. Sometimes it gets brighter for no reason. Last night it turned red. Only for a second. Like the filament in the bulb overheated, or something inside it was changing shape. I still haven't spoken, not out loud. I've been writing instead. This log scribbles on notepads, the occasional word on the wall when I wake up and forget where I am. It's the only way I know I'm still me. I used to hear the building around me, neighbors upstairs moving furniture, a dog 2 doors down barking at nothing, someone's shower running too long. Now there's nothing. No movement. No voices. It's like I'm the only one left. Or the only one still pretending to be human. I tried to call the leasing office, just to hear a voice, maybe report something, anything. The number rang twice, then cut off. I called again. And this time I heard breathing on the other end. Not fast. Not shallow. Just steady, like someone was listening. I said hello. The breathing stopped. Then a familiar voice said, "You should eat." It was mine. Not distorted. Not robotic. Just my own voice, coming from somewhere else. I hung up. Took the phone apart that night. Battery, SIM card, all of it. Put it in the trash outside my building. This morning, it was back on my counter, fully charged. Clean. New voicemail notification. I didn't check it. I smashed the phone with a hammer. Left the pieces in the sink. They're still there now, but I don't trust that they'll stay broken. I tried opening the front door again. It wouldn't budge. The bar I nailed in, gone. The boards, gone. No damage, no splinters, like they'd never been there. But the door won't open. Not even a crack. It's like the air on the other side has turned solid. Or maybe the idea of outside just doesn't exist anymore. Around 1 in the morning, I heard the chair slide out again. Then another. 2 of them. Soft scrape, soft tap. Like a ritual beginning. Then came the sound of utensils. Fork, knife, napkin unfolding. No voices. No chewing. Just the rhythm of a meal being prepared. And then, stillness. I think they were waiting for me to come in. I didn't. I wrote instead. I want to say I'm scared, but it's past that now. It's something else. Like being underwater too long. Everything muffled. Everything slow. But in the quiet, there's one thing I keep thinking about. The first time it showed up the delivery, it knew what to bring. I never ordered that food. But it brought something I used to eat as a kid. Soup, egg rolls, rice. My dad used to get it when I was sick. I haven't had it in years. There's no reason anyone should know that. And I keep wondering if that's how it started. If it didn't come to feed on me, but to feed me, to offer something that would make me accept it. Let it in. And when I didn't, when I resisted, it started feeding anyway. On what I didn't use. The silence. The leftovers. The parts of myself I've been slowly peeling away. Sleep, trust, appetite, speech. I think it's been eating the space around me. Making room for itself. And now it's almost done. Tonight, I heard something new. A voice. But not from the kitchen. From the bathroom mirror. It said, "We saved you a seat." After the voice came through the mirror, I didn't move for a long time. I just sat in the hallway back to the wall, watching the crack of light under the bathroom door. It hadn't spoken again. Just the one line, calm, inviting. "We saved you a seat." It was said like a friend would say it. A friend you hadn't seen in years, but who somehow knew when you'd be back. I didn't go in. I didn't answer. But I knew something had changed. Whatever this was, it didn't need to knock anymore. It had found a way inside, and now it was just waiting for me to realize the rest. That I was already at the table. That I'd been there for a while. The next morning, things were cleaner than I remembered leaving them. The sink was empty, the floor swept, my trash bin, which had been overflowing with paper and old wrappers, was gone. Not emptied, just gone. Like there was nothing left to throw away. Even the fridge was spotless. Empty. No milk, no butter, no napkin. Just cold light and silence. And in the center of the middle shelf, where the napkin had been before, there was a plate. White, ceramic, plain. But it was warm to the touch. Like something had been sitting there just moments before. I didn't speak. I didn't write. I just stood there, hand still on the fridge door, breathing like I didn't want the air to know I was using it. That night, I decided to stop resisting. I turned the kitchen light off, pushed both chairs out, sat at the table in the one facing the hallway, and waited. I don't know how long I sat there, an hour, maybe more. The apartment stayed silent. The air thickened. It wasn't fear anymore, just pressure, like the weight of all the quiet had built up so much it couldn't escape. Then I saw the second glass. It wasn't there before. Right across from me. Same size, same shape. Half full. Condensation rolling slowly down the side. I didn't touch it. I didn't need to. I understood. This was never about the food. It was about the act of eating, of being still, of participating in the silence with something else, of giving space to something that no longer had a voice of its own. And somewhere along the way, I'd stopped being a guest. I got up, walked to the bathroom. The mirror was uncovered now. I don't remember taking the cloth off, but it was gone. On the other side, my reflection wasn't quite right. Same face, same clothes. But the way it looked at me was different. Less like it was copying. More like it had finished studying. It smiled. Small, soft, not threatening. And I smiled back. Because I got it. I finally understood. This thing, whatever it is, doesn't want to hurt people. It just wants to join them. It wants routine. Company. Stillness. It finds the ones already living in silence, the ones who eat alone and talk less and fade quietly into empty rooms. And it fills the space they leave behind. Not all at once, but slowly, meal by meal, name by name, until they don't notice the difference anymore. Until it's not eating with you, it's eating as you. And once it has your voice, your seat, your habits, it doesn't need the rest. You can leave, because you already have. That night, I did eat something. First time in over a week. Nothing fancy. Just rice. No seasoning. No heat. It was already warm. Already there. I don't remember chewing. Just placing the spoon down when I was finished. And then, across from me, the second chair creaked. And someone, maybe him, maybe me, set their spoon down too. Perfectly in sync. I didn't speak. Didn't look up. Just nodded once. That was enough. After that, the visits stopped. No more food showing up. No more tapping. No more voices. The mirror returned to normal. The fridge stayed clean. And the table was always set for one. But I kept the second chair pulled out. Just in case. Sometimes I still sit there after midnight, letting the quiet stretch. Not out of fear anymore. Out of respect for whatever shared those meals with me. For whatever kept me company when no one else did. They never took anything I wasn't already giving up. And they never asked for more than I could offer. So if someone knocks at your door at 1:19 and hands you a meal you didn't ask for, don't panic. Don't run. Just eat quietly. And listen. You're not alone anymore. This happened 3 summers ago, and I still won't go anywhere near that side of town. Even driving past the plant gives me that weird, back-of-the-neck feeling now. I know how that sounds. I wouldn't believe me either if I hadn't been there, if I hadn't seen the footage with my own eyes. But I did. And I wish I never had. So, the tunnel, it's a real place. Half the kids from my high school knew about it. There's this old water treatment plant on the edge of town, right where the trail turns to gravel and dips behind that little hill next to the abandoned substation. You can find the tunnel entrance about 20 feet past the last chain-link fence. It's not marked, but everyone who's been there knows what you're looking for. The tunnel's short, narrow, and barely tall enough to walk upright in maybe 6 feet at most. It's lined with concrete, and water drips from somewhere overhead, constantly. The air inside always smells like metal and mildew, and you can hear your own footsteps echo ahead of you like they're trying to warn you not to keep going. I'd heard stories, obviously. Everyone had. The usual, some kid saw something in there, don't go past the halfway mark. Someone disappeared back in the 90s. Stuff that sounded like exaggeration or older kids trying to scare the new ones. But people kept going back. It was a dare thing. You know how that works. Show you've got nerve. Walk the whole thing alone, record it, prove you did it. Derek was the one who took it seriously. He was a quiet kid, not antisocial or anything, just the kind of guy who didn't make a lot of noise. He was in my grade, but we only started hanging out the year this happened because of a shared elective. Film and media, that's important, by the way. He was obsessed with documenting things, always filming, always editing little projects no one asked for. I thought it was cool, actually. Gave him something to focus on. That summer, he decided to do the tunnel, not just walk it, film it, edit it, and turn it into a short documentary, he said. Something serious but local, whatever that meant. He had a basic GoPro, the kind you can strap to your chest or helmet. He borrowed a flashlight from his dad and asked if I wanted to come with him to shoot the entry and exit for contrast. You don't have to go in, he said. Just wait on the other side. It'll take like 15 minutes max. I said yes. I didn't really believe any of the stories, and it sounded harmless. We went late in the afternoon, right before sunset. The idea was to catch that last bit of golden light while he filmed his intro. I remember exactly what he wore: gray hoodie, black cargo pants, and those same scuffed Vans he wore everywhere. The GoPro was already recording before we even got to the tunnel. He kept narrating into it, talking about the history of the plant and how the tunnel was likely part of the overflow system or emergency maintenance line. He sounded calm, focused. I waited at the other end like I said I would. It took about 6 minutes before I heard his footsteps coming through the tunnel again, but he didn't come out right away. I called his name, half joking. Derek? Silence. Then his voice echoed back, weirdly flat. Yeah. He came out a few seconds later, squinting into the light like he'd just stepped off a plane. His face looked pale. I figured maybe the tunnel freaked him out more than he'd expected. You good? I asked. He nodded but didn't say anything, just walked past me and sat on the grass, taking off the camera like it was heavier than it should have been. I didn't press. We chilled for another 10 minutes, then walked back to my car. He didn't upload the footage that night. In fact, he didn't say anything about it for 2 days. When I finally asked him if he watched it yet, he just texted me back, "Yeah, you should see it." I went over that evening. His laptop was already open on his desk, the GoPro file queued up. He didn't say much, just hit play and stood behind me. The first few minutes were what I expected him walking, narrating, light bouncing off the tunnel walls. You could hear water dripping, the steady beat of his footsteps. It felt claustrophobic even on screen. Then, somewhere around the halfway point, he stopped walking. The camera tilted slightly like he'd turned to look behind him. That's when the echo started. Footsteps behind him. But the tunnel was straight, no place to hide, no other entrances. I know because I checked the blueprints myself later, and no one else had gone in. The footsteps kept going for a few seconds, then silence. The camera panned back toward the end of the tunnel. He stood still for another beat, then turned and kept walking. The weird part? He never looked scared in the video, just confused. But when I looked up at him standing behind me, he wasn't confused anymore. He looked rattled. "Go back," he said. I rewound it to where the footsteps started. This time he pointed. "Pause it, right there." I did, and he leaned over, slowly moved the cursor frame by frame. It was right before he turned back to the entrance, only 2 or 3 frames total. But there, behind him, maybe 20 feet back, was something. I still don't know what it was. The frame was blurry, obviously. It wasn't a full figure, just part of something tall, pale, and shaped wrong. No clear face, no details. Just presence. It looked like it was standing at an angle that didn't make sense, like it was pressed against the side of the wall but also facing forward. And it was gone by the next frame. I turned and looked at him. "You didn't see that when you were inside?" He shook his head. "I didn't hear anything either, not at that part." It took us both a second to really absorb that. He heard footsteps, but they didn't happen in real time, only on the video. We didn't post it. I know everyone always says that, but we really didn't. We kept it between us, maybe 2 others, and even those guys thought it was a prank. A week later, one of them, Aaron, disappeared. Aaron wasn't the type of person to just disappear. That's what made it so weird at first. He was loud, cocky, and always online. The kind of guy who commented on every group chat meme within 5 seconds and updated his Snapchat story when he so much as reheated a slice of pizza. So when nobody had heard from him in a day, it stood out immediately. At first, people just assumed his phone was dead, or that he was pulling some dramatic off-the-grid thing for attention. But then, his mom started asking around. Apparently, he hadn't come home the night before, and when she checked his room the next morning, his bed hadn't been slept in. Still, it wasn't until the second day that people started actually worrying. That's when the missing posters went up. That's when the cops got involved. They questioned everyone. I told them the truth. I hadn't seen him since the weekend before, when we all hung out behind the gas station like we always did. They asked if anything had seemed off about him lately. I said no, even though I knew something was off, just not with him. See, Aaron was one of the two people Derek and I showed the footage to. We didn't make a big deal out of it. We weren't trying to scare anyone. But we'd been freaked out, and we wanted a second opinion, someone who'd either confirm what we saw or tell us we were overreacting. So we showed it to Aaron and this other guy, Jake, who's the kind of person that finds every story funny if it doesn't happen to him. They watched the video, we pointed out the frame, and both of them leaned in close, like they were trying to see if it was edited. Jake laughed, said, "That's just condensation or whatever. You nerds are looking too hard." Aaron didn't laugh, though. He just stared at the paused frame for a while and then said, "If that's fake, it's a damn good fake." And then a few days later, he was gone. I didn't tell the cops about the video, neither did Derek. Not because we were trying to hide something, but because it sounded insane. What would we say? "Oh, by the way, there's a maybe ghost or something in the tunnel by the old water plant, and we think our friends saw it and then vanished." They'd either laugh or tell us to stop wasting their time. So we said nothing. Instead, we started watching the footage again. Derek pulled up the raw files on his laptop and went frame by frame through the whole tunnel segment. He zoomed in, adjusted contrast, tried every filter he could. I just sat beside him, watching in silence. The frame with the thing in it was still there, still just a blur, still unhelpful. But now, with Aaron gone, it felt heavier, like a warning we didn't understand in time. Derek was quieter than usual. No sarcastic jokes, no running commentary. Just a kind of cold, focused silence, like he was trying to solve a math problem that kept changing every time he looked at it. That night, I stayed at his place. Neither of us said why. It just didn't feel right to be alone. We both crashed on the floor of his basement, old sleeping bags, a couple of sodas, and the glow of his laptop looping through tunnel footage in the background. Around 2 in the morning, Derek suddenly sat up. I heard something. I froze. "What?" "Just listen." We sat there in the dark, ears straining. The laptop fan hummed softly. A faint drip came from somewhere near the water heater. Then I heard it too. Faint, distant, not in the house. From the laptop speaker. Footsteps. Not loud, not dramatic, just soft, deliberate steps on concrete. Derek rewound the clip 10 seconds, hit play, silence. Then again, tap, tap, tap. He muted it. We looked at each other. "I already watched this version earlier," he said. "It didn't have that sound." I checked the file's timestamp. It hadn't been modified since 3 days ago. "Derek," I said, voice low, "that sound wasn't there before." He nodded, eyes wide. "I know." We didn't sleep after that. The next morning, Derek didn't say a word when I left. He looked like he hadn't blinked in hours. When I checked my phone around lunchtime, he still hadn't texted. By evening, I drove over to his house again. I wasn't going to wait. Not after Aaron. I rang the bell. No answer. His mom answered on the third knock. "He's in the basement. Didn't go to school today." I nodded and told her we were working on a project. When I went downstairs, the lights were off. Just the glow of the screen. The footage was still looping. Derek was sitting cross-legged in front of it, staring like it was feeding him something. He didn't turn when I came in. "You're okay?" I asked. He nodded once. "Derek, you need to stop watching that." He shook his head slowly. "There's something new." I walked over. On screen was a paused frame, one I hadn't seen before. It was at the very end, right as Derek exits the tunnel, just before the GoPro shakes from him stepping back into daylight. In the shadows behind him, near the entrance, was something different. It wasn't a figure, not exactly, more like a shape, pressed flat against the concrete wall. Not pale this time, darker, textured like wet stone, with what looked like the hint of a long hand or claw just touching the wall, like it was holding itself there, waiting. I backed away. "You're done, man. Turn it off." He didn't move. "Derek." He finally looked at me. His eyes were bloodshot. What if Aaron saw something too? What if it's not about the tunnel anymore? I stared at him. "What are you saying?" "I think watching it does something. Like you're not supposed to see it. Not just the tunnel, the image." My throat went dry. "Jake saw it too," I said quietly. He nodded. "Text him." I pulled out my phone. Texted Jake something simple. "Hey, all good?" No answer. I tried again an hour later. Still nothing. When I checked the group chat, Jake hadn't been active in more than 24 hours. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept seeing that still-frame Derek paused the dark hand against the tunnel wall, like it had been reaching out, and then froze mid-movement. Not moving, not looking. Just waiting. The longer I stared at it, the less it looked like part of the wall. It had shape, texture, a weird curve to the fingers that bent inward too tightly, like they weren't used to being hands, like they were remembering how. The next morning, I tried texting Jake again, just something casual. "Yo, you good?" No reply. I checked his story. Nothing. Not even one of his usual stupid reposts or screenshots from his Xbox. I texted Derek. He's not answering. A few seconds later he replied, "Come over." When I got there, his laptop was already set up on the desk again. Same clip playing on a loop. The GoPro footage. Again. I didn't know how he could keep watching it. I'd only seen it twice, and I was already having dreams that felt like waking up in cold water. "What now?" I asked, standing behind him. He didn't turn. "Watch." I leaned over and looked. He had the footage paused again near the beginning this time, just after he steps inside the tunnel. At first, I didn't notice anything different. The flashlight beam bounced around the concrete walls, catching water stains and weird shadows, the usual. Then I saw it, something that hadn't been there before. On the wall to the left, there was a smear, long, thin, almost like a handprint, but not quite. The shape was wrong, like it had too many fingers. "I scrubbed this part already," Derek said quietly. "It wasn't there before." He hit play. The flashlight moved. The smear disappeared. He rewound again, paused it, still there. "It's only visible when paused," he said, "but it wasn't there yesterday." I didn't say anything. I didn't have to. We both knew what it meant. The video was changing. We left the basement around noon and went to get food, even though neither of us was hungry. Just being outside helped. The air felt less heavy, like we'd been holding our breath since watching that first frame. We didn't talk about the footage for a while. We sat in the diner and stared at the menu until the server had to come back twice before we ordered. Eventually, Derek asked, "You think Jake's gone?" I didn't answer right away. "I don't know," I finally said. "I don't want to think that." "But if he is," Derek continued, "then that's two people. Both saw the footage. Both disappeared." I looked down at my plate. We saw it too. He didn't say anything to that. We went back to his place, but neither of us wanted to go inside, so we sat in his backyard instead, on the back steps. The sun was low in the sky, not quite setting, but that same weird stillness had crept into the air, like the day had stopped moving and was waiting for something to happen. "I keep thinking about that night," Derek said suddenly, "when I went through the tunnel." I didn't interrupt. I didn't feel anything when I was in there. Not really. Just off, like I was being timed. He looked over at me. "But I don't remember turning around." "What do you mean?" He rubbed his face. "That frame, the one where the thing is behind me? I don't remember turning back to look. I don't remember stopping at all." "You think the footage is lying?" "I don't know," he said. "Or maybe I'm forgetting stuff. But I swear, I just walked straight through. No turning, no stopping." We sat there for a long time after that, until the sun dipped below the trees, until the porch light clicked on automatically behind us. That night, I didn't stay over. I told Derek I needed sleep, which wasn't a lie, but also wasn't going to happen. When I got home, my phone buzzed with a new message, "Unknown number." It was a photo. No text, just an image. It was grainy and dark, like it had been taken with a broken lens. But I knew what it was immediately: the tunnel entrance. The same angle I'd taken when Derek walked in that first time. Only this time, there was someone standing at the edge. Or something. I zoomed in. The shape was tall with no clear face, just arms that hung too long, like they were waiting for direction. I didn't respond. I just deleted it, threw my phone across the room, and locked my bedroom door for the first time in months. The next morning, I went back to Derek's. He hadn't slept either. "There's more," he said, before I could sit down. He played the video again, this time from the final few seconds, right as he exits. His camera tilts up slightly, catching the sky for a split second. That part had always been blown out too bright to see anything clearly. But now there was a silhouette, just barely there against the light. Still, centered, watching him leave. "I swear to God it wasn't there yesterday," he said. "It's changing." I didn't doubt him. I didn't say anything. I just sat there, trying to breathe normally. It felt like the more we looked at the footage, the more it looked back, like it knew we were watching and started to show us more, just a little at a time. Not enough to make sense, just enough to keep us afraid. We agreed to stop watching, to delete the footage. Derek said he'd do it that night, wipe the drive, smash the camera. We didn't talk about it again. But the next day, he didn't show up to school. I got the call from Derek's mom around 10 that morning. She asked if I'd seen him, said he hadn't come upstairs all night and wasn't answering his phone. I told her I hadn't talked to him since the night before, and I could tell by the pause on the other end that she was already worried before she dialed. I promised to come over. When I pulled up to the house, her car was still in the driveway, but the blinds were shut. It was quiet in a way that felt wrong, like the air around the place knew something had shifted. She let me in without saying much. Her hair was pulled back, no makeup, slippers instead of shoes. She looked tired in a way I'd never seen before. "He was in the basement," she said, keeping her voice low. "I didn't go down. I figured you'd know what to look for." I nodded, already walking toward the stairs. The basement was exactly how we'd left it 2 nights ago. His sleeping bag was still in the corner. The desk light was on. The laptop was closed. No sign of him. I checked the little window near the ceiling to see if maybe he'd climbed out somehow, even though it was barely wide enough for a backpack. Nothing. His phone was still on the desk. His backpack was on the chair. But he was gone. I opened the laptop and turned it on. I wasn't sure what I expected. Maybe the video was back. Maybe it was still playing, but the desktop was empty. Not just tidy, empty. No icons, no folders, no GoPro footage. He'd deleted everything. I stayed down there for a long time, just staring at the screen like it might flicker and give me a clue. Eventually, I went back upstairs and told his mom I didn't know where he was. I wasn't lying. She nodded slowly and thanked me for coming. I left her standing in the hallway staring at the basement door. I walked home even though I had my bike. Something about being in motion helped. Trees passing, houses passing, the sound of wind, anything that reminded me I was still part of the real world. But it didn't help much, because I knew what this was. That made 3 of us now. Aaron, Jake, Derek. All 3 had watched the footage. All 3 had vanished. And me? I'd watched it too. That night, I didn't turn off the lights. I didn't sleep. I sat in my room with the door locked and a kitchen knife on my lap. Not that it would have helped, but holding something made me feel a little less useless. I kept waiting for something to happen, a knock, a whisper, something at the window. But nothing came, which was somehow worse. The next day, I stayed home from school, told my mom I wasn't feeling great, which was mostly true. I spent the whole day going through Derek's old texts, screenshots, notes. Anything he might have written down, there was nothing. He didn't even leave a message. I thought about the footage again, the way it had changed, the new shapes, the new shadows, that hand on the tunnel wall, the smear, the silhouette in the light. It was like the more we watched, the more it showed us. Like the act of looking gave it permission. And now, even though Derek had deleted the file, I couldn't get it out of my head. I remembered every detail. That's when it hit me. What if remembering was enough? I started checking every reflection in the house, the bathroom mirror, the microwave door, my phone screen when it went black. I stopped watching TV entirely. No more video calls. No more scrolling late at night. Anything with a screen felt like it might show me something if I looked too long. Because whatever this thing was, it wasn't the tunnel anymore. It was the idea of the tunnel, and it was getting clearer. The next day, I biked out to the plant. I don't even know why. Some part of me thought if I just stood in front of the entrance, maybe it would undo something, like putting the needle back on the record, returning the thing to its source. The chain link fence was still there, sagging a little more than I remembered. The gravel trail past it was mostly overgrown now, like nobody had come through in a long time. I followed it. Found the entrance. Just a low, round concrete opening, barely tall enough to walk into without ducking. Water pooled around the mouth. It smelled sharp and sour. I stood there for a long time. It didn't feel like anything special. Not haunted, not cursed, just quiet. I stepped a little closer. That's when I noticed it. On the side of the entrance wall, right above the waterline, 5 smudges. Long, parallel. Almost like something had dragged its fingers there and left them behind. I stepped back. Left. Didn't say anything to anyone. But that night, when I looked in my mirror, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. A shape, just a shadow at first, behind me, where my closet should have been. I turned quickly. Nothing. I looked back. Still nothing. But the feeling stayed, not being watched, being remembered. Like something had cataloged me. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but who? Everyone who knew was already gone. I was the last one left. And I had no idea what was coming next. The day after I went back to the tunnel, I finally started digging for answers. Up until that point, everything had just been reactions, watching the footage, checking the windows at night, waiting for something to happen. But the longer nothing happened, the more I realized waiting wasn't going to save me. Not anymore. If this thing was real, and after losing Derek, I had no doubt it was then hiding in my room, was just going to drag it out, let it keep getting closer. So I went to the library. I know that sounds like a weird move, like the beginning of some old horror movie where the kid finds an article from 1973 and everything clicks, but it wasn't like that. I didn't think I was going to find a headline that said, "Tall shadow creature haunts teens." I just needed something, a starting point. The town library is small, old carpet, that dry smell of paper and plastic dust jackets. It's mostly quiet except for the hum of the lights and the sound of old people turning pages too loudly. I didn't ask the librarian for help. I didn't want to explain what I was looking for. I started with local history, anything about the water plant, the area around it, the tunnel. There wasn't much. The plant was built in the 1940s, expanded in the 60s, decommissioned sometime in the early 2000s. Nothing weird in the official write-ups, just utility stuff. Engineering diagrams, budget proposals. Then I found a binder tucked away near the bottom of the local reference shelf. It was unlabeled on the spine, just gray duct tape across the binding. Inside were photocopies of old newspaper clippings, most from a now defunct local paper called the Deerfield Ledger. Someone had organized them loosely by date, no page numbers, no index, just events. Floods, fires, town meetings, a few photos of sports teams and barbershop openings. And then I saw it, August of 1989. The article headline was small, "Teen Missing After Dare at Water Tunnel." My throat tightened. I read it 3 times before pulling out my phone and taking a picture. The article didn't say much. Just that a 17-year-old kid named Jacob Drury had been last seen walking into the tunnel near the water plant as part of a local dare. His friends waited on the other side. He never came out. They searched both ends. They brought in rescue workers, checked the old blueprints. No sign of him. I checked the index card drawer to find other issues from the same month. There were 3 follow-ups. One said police eventually gave up the search after 21 days. Another said the family moved away shortly after. The last one was just a letter to the editor, some old guy writing in about how the tunnel wasn't right and should be sealed off. That one stuck with me. The letter said this: "It echoes wrong. I worked down there in the 70s. You'd drop a wrench and hear it bounce twice, but only echo once. That's not how tunnels work." I left the library with photos of everything. Back home, I tried finding Jacob Drury online. No Facebook, no family profiles, no mention in any obituary archives. It was like he vanished completely. Just a few articles from 30 years ago, and then nothing. But at least I wasn't the first. That night, I had the same dream again. I was standing at the tunnel entrance, not walking in, just staring, and I could hear something breathing deep, patient, not threatening, just aware, like it had been waiting a long time and finally decided to stretch. When I woke up, my window was open. I know I locked it. I know I did. I didn't even go near it. I just sat in bed until sunrise, hands balled in the blankets, eyes locked on the opening. Nothing moved. The next morning, I printed out one of the articles and took it to the only place I could think of, the Historical Society office. It's just a room above the post office, run by a guy named Mr. Harron. He used to teach high school history before retiring. He's got one of those gray ponytails and a collection of button-down shirts that all look exactly the same. He looked up when I walked in and gave me that polite, tired smile. "You looking for someone?" he asked. I nodded and handed him the article. "Do you know anything about this?" He adjusted his glasses and read it slowly. When he looked up, his smile was gone. "I remember this," he said. "Jacob was 2 years below me. Quiet kid. We all thought he ran away at first." "Did anyone ever find out what happened?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, but people stopped going near the plant after that." I sat down, told him everything. I left out some of the more surreal parts, the shadow in the footage, the way it kept changing, but I told him about Derek, about the video, about how all of them had watched it. He didn't interrupt, just listened, frowned deeper as I went on. When I finished, he rubbed his chin and said, "There's a theory some people used to talk about, not in papers, just quiet talk." "What kind of theory?" "That the tunnel doesn't end where you think it ends." I blinked. "What do you mean?" "Some workers claimed there were locked doors halfway through, that it connects to older parts of the plant, places not on the map, places even the city didn't have records for." Why would a water tunnel lead to something like that? He gave me a long look, because maybe it wasn't always just a water tunnel. That night, I opened my phone to find a new picture message from an unknown number. No text, just an image of the tunnel entrance. Same angle as the one before, but closer this time. The figure was still there. Only now you could see part of its head tilt slightly, like it had noticed the camera. I stared at it for a long time. Then I turned off the phone and sat in the dark, listening. I didn't hear anything, but I knew it was coming. I didn't decide right away. For a few days after that last photo showed up, I stayed inside. Didn't go to school, didn't check my phone unless I had to. Every sound made me freeze, even the normal ones, neighbors mowing their lawns, delivery trucks pulling up down the street. Nothing happened. No more pictures, no knocks at the window. But it felt like it was waiting, like the tunnel didn't want to be ignored anymore. I told myself I'd wait it out, that I'd ride it until the thing lost interest and found someone else. But that didn't sit right. I couldn't stop thinking about Derek, about the way his basement light was still on, about how the laptop was wiped clean. I thought about Aaron and Jake and that kid from 1989, Jacob Drury. All of them left behind no real trace, just rumors. Just newspaper clippings and people who eventually stopped asking questions. And I realized if I didn't do something, I was going to end up the same way. So I went back. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't bring a camera. I left my phone at home. I packed a flashlight, a bottle of water, and a little notebook with the names of everyone who'd gone missing written in my own handwriting, just in case something did happen and someone found me. I biked out there just after sunrise. The trail was empty. The grass along the gravel was taller now, thick with weeds. Even the fence looked different, like it had sagged more in the last week than it should have in a whole year. I stood in front of the tunnel for a long time before stepping in. The air was still damp, still metallic. My footsteps echoed louder than I remembered. The flashlight beam bounced off the water on the walls, catching streaks of old rust and algae in little flashes of green and brown. I walked slowly, deliberately. I didn't talk. I didn't record. I just kept moving forward. About halfway through, I felt it shift. Not the tunnel, the air. It changed from wet to cold, not breeze cold, still cold, like the kind of chill that doesn't move but soaks into your clothes anyway. That was the moment I knew I wasn't alone. But I didn't stop. I kept walking until I reached the far end. Nothing. No figure, no shadow, no whisper of movement. Just concrete and quiet. I turned around and walked back. Same distance, same chill. But now the tunnel felt narrower, not physically, but mentally, like something was closing in, like the air was being watched. I made it out. I stood there, blinking in the daylight, heart pounding, waiting for something to happen. A sound, a blur, a shape stepping out behind me. Nothing. I was alone. It felt like a letdown at first, anticlimactic, but then I realized what had changed. The fear was gone. Not entirely, but the pressure, that feeling of something pushing at the edges of my mind. It was like I'd faced it and walked out before it could finish whatever it wanted. I biked home without looking back. I didn't have nightmares that night. I slept through the whole thing, first time in weeks. My room was quiet. My window stayed closed. The knife under my bed stayed untouched. And the next morning, I checked my phone. No new messages. No pictures. Just silence. That was 6 months ago. I haven't gone back since, haven't had the urge, but sometimes I catch myself glancing at the woods when I bike past, not expecting to see anything, just checking. I still think about Derek, and Aaron, and Jake. Their parents stopped talking about it after a while. The posters came down. The school counselors gave their speeches. Everyone went back to normal. Except me. I'm not saying I know what happened to them. I don't. Not exactly. But I've got ideas. And the more time passes, the more convinced I am that whatever's in that tunnel doesn't just take people. It collects them, not physically maybe, but mentally, through fear, through obsession, through attention. And that's the thing. It only keeps going if people keep feeding it, telling the story, watching the video, passing around photos, and daring each other to go. So I made a choice. I deleted everything. The footage, the photos, the screenshots, all of it. I even tossed the notebook I'd written their names in. I stopped talking about it. Until now. You might think this whole thing defeats the point that by writing it down again, I'm opening the door. And maybe you're right, but this version is different, because there's no clip to watch. No face to freeze on, no blurry screenshot to analyze, just words and memories and a warning. If someone dares you to walk the tunnel, don't. If you're ever near the plant and you feel the air go still, leave. And if you see something in a video that looks almost human but not quite, don't rewind. Don't zoom in. Don't give it your attention, because that's how it finds you. And once it finds you, it doesn't let go. It just waits. I know how this is going to sound, and I don't care. I'm writing it because I haven't talked about it since it happened, and it's still sitting on my chest like something unfinished. This was a few years ago, not recent, but recent enough that I still dream about it sometimes. I was camping with my friend Mason out in Mendocino Forest, deep in the redwoods. We were both in our mid-20s at the time, still young enough to think we were invincible, but old enough to appreciate silence and firelight. We picked a spot maybe 4 hours into the forest. No cell service, no people, no signs of other camps. Just pines and brush and the sound of wind moving through trees that felt older than time. The kind of place where the air tastes like soil and everything smells like bark and cold ash. It was the second night. We'd gotten there the afternoon before and spent the first evening setting up camp and cracking beers. Nothing intense, just food, some music from a little speaker, joking around. I remember thinking how good it felt to be away from everything. That second night was different. Colder, for one. The air felt sharp, even with the fire going. The woods around us were quiet in a way that didn't feel right. You know how sometimes quiet is peaceful, and other times it's watching. It was that second kind. We stayed up until around midnight. Fire burned low, drinks mostly gone, conversation slowing down. We weren't tired, exactly just settled, comfortable. The kind of quiet that comes after hours of not needing to perform. Then the fire died out and we decided to crash. We climbed into the tent, zipped it shut, and rolled into our sleeping bags. Mason made some dumb joke, and I laughed through my nose, already half asleep. I remember adjusting my pillow and hearing the last rustle of wind through the leaves. Then it was just silence, until the voice came. At first, I thought I imagined it, a dream bleeding into real life. But Mason shifted, sat up, and I knew I hadn't imagined anything. It came from just outside the tent. Not yelling, not whispering. Just asking, "Can one of you come out?" My whole body locked up. I didn't recognize the voice. It wasn't angry or demanding, just plain, calm, almost polite. But we hadn't seen another person in miles. I looked at Mason. He looked back at me. I didn't say anything, but I could see him trying to do the math in his head. Then the voice said his name. His full name. Clear, normal tone, like it knew us, like it was calling attendance in a classroom. Mason's breathing stopped for a second. I felt mine do the same. I whispered, "Did you hear that?" He nodded, barely moving. We didn't make another sound. Then the voice said my name. First name, middle name, last name. Perfectly pronounced, flat, even tone. Like someone reading it off a sheet of paper. We didn't move. Not even a twitch. I remember clutching the zipper of my sleeping bag, fingers going numb. Then it said Mason's name again. Softer this time. A little closer. We didn't answer. Didn't even blink. That's when it got worse. Because the voice started mimicking us. Not yelling, not taunting, just repeating what we'd whispered to each other seconds earlier. In our own voices. It repeated what I'd said. "Did you hear that?" Only it said it from inside the tent. That was the moment something inside me broke. I don't mean panic. I mean a deeper thing. Like a thread in my gut snapped, and everything in my body realized all at once that this wasn't something I could understand. The voice said Mason's name again, but this time it sounded like me saying it. Then it whispered, "I see you." Same pitch, same cadence, exactly how I'd say it. Mason mouthed something I couldn't read. His face was pale, even in the dark. I reached for the zipper. Not to go out, just to check, to do something. I pulled it down an inch. The air outside was freezing, more than it should have been, like it had dropped 10 degrees in the last 5 minutes. I opened it another inch. The fire outside was burning. Not smoldering, not flickering low. Full flames. We had put it out before bed. I know that. Mason had poured water on it himself. We watched it hiss and steam. We stirred the ashes. There was no way it should have been burning again. And yet it was. Steady, controlled, like someone had relit it and sat down to wait. I zipped the tent shut. didn't say a word. We sat there for maybe 20 more minutes, frozen, listening, breathing as quietly as we could. No more voice, no movement, just the fire crackling outside, like it had never gone out at all. Eventually, Mason whispered, "We wait until sunrise." I nodded. We didn't sleep. Just sat there, every muscle tight, like we were being held in place. The voice didn't come back, but the silence wasn't empty. It was listening. We didn't move until the light started coming through the trees. And even then, we waited. Not long, just a few minutes, enough to make sure the fire was really out, that the birds were making noise again, that the woods sounded like the woods. When we finally unzipped the tent and stepped outside, everything looked normal. That's what hit the hardest. Nothing was torn or broken, no footprints, no signs of anything having walked through the site. Just ash where the fire had been dry, cold, like it hadn't been burning all night. We didn't speak much. Mason packed up faster than I've ever seen him move, rolled his sleeping bag, collapsed the tent, barely looked at anything. I did the same. We were in full get-the-hell-out mode. No music, no breakfast, no joking. Just a lot of zipped bags and glances over the shoulder. The hike back felt longer. Every sound made us stop. At one point we heard something snap deep in the trees to our left, and Mason spun like he was about to see someone standing there. But it was nothing. Or it looked like nothing. I wanted to believe it was a deer or a bird, but I kept thinking about that voice, how it said our names, how it repeated what we whispered. It hadn't just heard us, it understood us. That's what stayed with me. Whatever it wasn't guessing, it knew. When we got back to the car, Mason threw his bag in the trunk and said, "We're not talking about this." I didn't answer, just nodded. We didn't even go back to my place. He dropped me off on my block, barely said goodbye, and drove off. I stood there for a while, holding my pack, trying to convince myself it was over, that I could forget it. I didn't sleep that night, or the one after. By the third night, I started hearing things. Not outside. Inside the apartment. Faint whispers, like someone was saying something under their breath just on the other side of the wall. Sometimes it sounded like my name, sometimes like Mason's. I tried to tell myself it was just the silence playing tricks on me, that I was jumpy, that I needed sleep. I texted Mason on day 4. Just said, "Hey, you good?" He didn't answer right away. A few hours later, he sent back, "Fine." That was it. No joke, no follow-up, just fine. I didn't believe him. I waited until the weekend and showed up at his place. He looked like shit. Dark under his eyes, hair messed up, clothes wrinkled like he hadn't changed in days. When he opened the door, he didn't say anything at first, just looked at me, then stepped aside so I could come in. His place was quiet, not normal quiet, not lazy weekend quiet. Tense, like it was afraid of something. I asked, "You been hearing it too?" He nodded. "Whispers?" He nodded again. "Have you seen anything?" He looked up at me then, and I'll never forget the way his face changed. Like something cracked just behind his eyes. He walked into the kitchen, opened a drawer, and pulled out a notebook. Flipped it open. Inside were page after page of handwriting. Not his. Just our names. Over and over. Written in different sizes, sometimes huge across the page, sometimes small in the margins, sometimes stacked into each other, like the names were trying to overlap. Mine and his. Again and again. I said, "You wrote this?" He shook his head. "It shows up in the morning." I didn't know what to say. He turned to the last page. It was blank. Then, without touching it, a word started to appear. Right in front of us. Dark ink bleeding into the paper. Just one line. "Come back out." I stepped away from the table. Mason didn't move. He just stared at the page like he was too tired to be surprised anymore. After a minute, he closed the notebook and slid it back into the drawer. I asked, "Have you talked to anyone else?" He shook his head. "Have you told your brother, or that girl you were seeing?" He looked at me like I'd just said something in a language he didn't understand. "I haven't talked to anyone," he said. "You told me about your brother last week." "No, I didn't." He said it like it was a fact, not defensive, just blank. Like whatever happened in those woods had erased something from him. Or replaced it. I didn't stay long. He walked me to the door, didn't say goodbye. As I turned to leave, he said, "You know it never left, right?" I stopped. It followed us. I didn't look back. Just walked to my car and drove straight home. That night, I opened my bedroom window just to hear something real. Cars, people, anything. Instead, I heard the voice again. Not outside. Inside. Right next to my ear. It said my name. Then it whispered, "Can one of you come out?" I didn't answer it. I sat in bed, completely still, staring at the shadows on my ceiling like they might tell me what to do. I didn't move, didn't even breathe too loud. I just listened. Silence. And then, from the other side of the room, the voice again, quiet, low, perfect. "Can one of you come out?" There was no one else in the apartment, just me. I got up slowly, crossed the room like I was walking across ice, every step careful, controlled. I turned on the light. Nothing. No one standing in the corner, no one outside the window. The voice didn't speak again. It didn't need to. It had already gotten in. That was the moment I understood what Mason meant. It didn't stay in the forest. It followed. It was here. And now that it knew my name, it didn't need to knock. I didn't sleep. I didn't even try. At first light, I packed a bag. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I couldn't stay in the apartment. I didn't trust the walls anymore. I didn't trust the mirrors. I didn't even trust my own voice. I ended up at a cheap motel about an hour out of town. The kind of place that smells like carpet cleaner and old cigarettes. I paid in cash, didn't give my name, and kept the TV on all night just so I'd hear something human. Nothing happened that night. No voice. No knock. but I still felt it. Like something was just outside the edge of the room, waiting for me to speak first. I called Mason the next day. No answer. I called again and again. Nothing. I finally drove back to his place, knocked on the door, pounded even. Still nothing. His car was there, but he wasn't. I left a note, just one line. Don't listen to it. Don't talk back. Then I went home. I'd been avoiding it, but I couldn't hide forever. It was my place, my things. And honestly, I was tired of running. I wanted to believe I had control again, even if that was a lie. I stayed quiet, didn't turn on the lights right away. Just walked from room to room with the curtains open, letting the daylight in like it could scrub the place clean. Everything looked untouched. But it felt different, like something had been sitting there, waiting for me to come back. Like it didn't just follow me, it lived there now. I turned on the faucet in the bathroom, cold water, washed my face, looked up. And there she was. Not behind me. In the mirror. But not me. Close. Almost perfect. Same face, same jaw, same tired eyes. But no recognition. She didn't copy me. She didn't move when I moved. She just watched. And then, with my mouth still shut, her lips parted. "Can one of you come out?" I stumbled back so hard I knocked over the trash can. When I looked again, she was gone. Just me in the mirror now, wide-eyed, pale, shaking. I didn't clean it up. I just backed out of the room and shut the door. That was when I knew it wasn't just about the tent or the campfire. This thing, whatever it was, it didn't care where you were. It cared about what you gave it. Your voice. Your attention. Your name. And we'd given all of it. I started to think about the first night, when it mimicked us. It hadn't guessed what we'd said. It repeated it, word for word, tone for tone, like it had recorded us, like it was learning. Maybe it wasn't just trying to scare us. Maybe it was practicing, perfecting. I checked the closet next. Don't ask me why. Instinct, maybe. The door was closed. Normal. I'd walked past it 100 times without thinking. But this time, it felt wrong. I opened it slow. Nothing inside but coats and an old vacuum. But I swear the air coming out of it was colder than the rest of the apartment. And it smelled like smoke. Not fire smoke, campfire. Like the ash that clings to your clothes the morning after. I closed it and pushed a chair in front of the door. It felt ridiculous, pointless. But I did it anyway. Later that night, I called Mason again. Still nothing. I left a voicemail. I don't even remember what I said. I just kept talking, hoping he'd hear my voice and feel a little less alone, hoping I'd feel less alone too. Then I turned off the lights, climbed into bed, and tried not to think. Tried not to listen. But at 3 in the morning I heard it again. From the hallway. Low, careful, almost sad. Mason. The voice was mine. Perfectly. Then again, softer. Mason, please come out. I covered my ears. squeezed my eyes shut, didn't say a word, because I knew if I answered, it would start mimicking me again, and I couldn't let it learn anything else. I didn't speak for 2 full days. Not one word, not even to myself. I turned my phone off, unplugged my TV, left my laptop in a drawer. I stayed completely silent, like if I held still long enough, maybe it would forget about me. But I could feel it moving closer. Not in the house exactly, not in the physical space. More like it was inside the gaps, in the corners of thought where you start to question if you're really alone. On the 3rd morning, I found something on my front steps. A stone. Flat, smooth, and warm. It was shaped like a tongue. I didn't touch it, just stared at it for a long time. Eventually, I nudged it into a bag using the end of a broom handle and threw it into the dumpster behind the building. But I knew it didn't matter. It had already made its way in. Later that day, I broke my silence, not by choice. I stubbed my toe on the corner of the coffee table and let out this sharp, ugly sound, not even a word, just air and pain. But it was enough. That night, it whispered my name again. Same voice. Mine. Then it added something new. Why won't you let me in? I didn't answer. But the question stayed with me. Because the way it asked, it didn't sound angry. It sounded hurt. That was the worst part. Like it didn't understand what it was doing wrong. Like it was trying to reach me, trying to connect, and couldn't figure out why I kept pushing it away. I started thinking about the fire. The night it started. Mason and I had been joking around, telling those dumb, scary stories you make up on the spot when the beer kicks in and you think you're funny. I'd said something like, if something comes out of the woods tonight and says my name, I'm just gonna go with it. We both laughed. Stupid throwaway line. But now I couldn't stop hearing it. If something comes out of the woods tonight and says my name, had that been it? Had I said the wrong thing in the wrong place? Was that the invitation? I didn't want to believe it. It felt too easy, too fragile. But something about it fit. Like the thing had been nearby waiting for a crack, and I gave it just enough to step through. I thought about Mason. I still hadn't heard from him. No texts. No calls. His social media had gone quiet too. Not that he posted much, but still, it was like he'd vanished without actually going anywhere. I drove out to his place again. The blinds were closed. The front door was locked. No sounds inside. I knocked. Nothing. I left a note again. Just a question this time. Are you still in there? That night I had a dream. I was back in the tent. Mason was asleep beside me. The fire outside flickered, even though we'd put it out. And then a voice spoke from the dark. Only this time, it wasn't mine. It was Mason's. Come out, he said. Please, it's lonely. In the dream, I unzipped the tent. The fire was burning low, but there was something sitting beside it. Not a person. Not quite. A shape. Like someone wearing Mason's skin as a coat. When I woke up, my room was freezing. The window was open. I never opened it. I got out of bed, shut it, locked it, sat on the floor, blanket wrapped tight around me, and just breathed. I stayed like that until morning. Didn't move. Didn't speak. Didn't look at the mirror across the room, even though I could feel someone standing in it, just outside my line of sight. Later that day, I checked the closet, the one I'd pushed the chair in front of. The chair was still there, but the door was open an inch. Not wide, just enough. Inside there was nothing, again, but the smell had changed. No more smoke. Now it smelled like the woods. Damp bark, cold air, something old and wild. I closed the door, pushed the chair back into place. Then I picked up the phone, called Mason again. Still nothing. I tried one more thing. I recorded a voice memo. Just a few seconds. Mason, if you can hear this, I know it's still with you. I think it needs to be heard. But don't speak. Don't answer it. If it learns your voice, it becomes you. I sent it. Didn't expect a reply. Got one anyway. Not a message. A recording. Audio file. No name. No timestamp. I played it. It was me, saying that exact message, word for word, except for one difference. At the end, the voice said, "Too late." After I heard the voice say "too late," I threw the phone across the room. It didn't break. Of course it didn't. I left it on the floor and walked out the door. Didn't take my keys, didn't take anything. I just walked. Down the stairs, out of the building, through streets I barely noticed. I think I walked for an hour, maybe more. I didn't check the time. I ended up at this diner I used to go to in college. Cheap coffee, tired lighting, booths that squeak when you shift your weight. I sat in the back and ordered pancakes just to have something to do with my hands. The server asked if I was okay. I said yes. She didn't believe me, but she didn't push. I sat there for almost 2 hours, just staring at my plate. My reflection kept looking back at me from the window beside the booth. It wasn't doing anything wrong, just sitting the way I sat, tilting its head when I did, blinking when I blinked. But I didn't trust it. Not anymore. Eventually, I went back home. The phone was still on the floor, screen dark, silent. I picked it up and deleted the recording, emptied the trash folder, disabled Bluetooth, AirDrop, Wi-Fi, everything. Then I took the battery out and stuffed the whole thing in a drawer. Didn't throw it away this time. I didn't want to tempt it. That night I slept with the lights on. And I dreamed of the fire again. Same setting, same tent, same forest clearing. Only this time I was alone. The fire wasn't burning. The air was cold, too cold. And something was sitting across from me in the dark. I couldn't see its face, just the shape. Same posture, same build, same voice when it spoke. "Why do you keep running from yourself?" I didn't answer. It reached toward the fire pit, dragged its fingers through the ashes. When it looked up, it was wearing my face again, but smiling. Not a human smile. Too wide, too smooth. It opened its mouth, and it spoke in Mason's voice. "Come out," it said. "It's better out here." I woke up gasping. It was still dark. No sound in the apartment. But when I looked toward the bathroom door, the light was on. I knew I hadn't left it that way. I got up, walked down the hall. The mirror was uncovered. I hadn't touched it, but the cloth I used to drape over it was folded neatly on the sink, like it had been removed gently. Not torn, not disturbed, just moved. I looked at the mirror, and there she was. Not me, her. The one from the woods, the one who sounded like me, moved like me, watched like me. But she wasn't copying anymore. She was watching, waiting. Her mouth moved, but I didn't hear anything. No sound came through, and that's when I realized something. She wasn't speaking to me anymore. She was speaking through me. She was using my voice somewhere else, somewhere I couldn't see. I backed out of the bathroom, shut the door, didn't go back in for the rest of the night. The next day, I called Mason's brother. I hadn't talked to him in years, but I found the number buried in an old message thread. He picked up after a few rings. His voice was rough, like he'd just woken up. "Hello?" I said, "Have you heard from Mason?" He paused. "Yeah," he said. "He called me 2 days ago." That hit me hard. "Are you sure it was him?" Sounded like him. "What did he say?" His brother hesitated. "He asked me to meet him at that old trailhead, you know, where we used to start our hikes." "And did you?" "No," he said. Something felt off. His voice was weird, too slow, like he was reading from something. I closed my eyes. "He's not himself," I said. "I kind of figured. If he calls again, don't answer. Don't meet him." His brother didn't ask for details. He just said, "Okay." I hung up. The day passed without anything new. But I felt it building, like the space around me was starting to bend. At sunset, I heard a knock on my door. I didn't move, just sat still, holding my breath. Then another knock, lighter this time. Then a voice from the hallway. "Can one of you come out?" I said nothing, did nothing. But from inside the apartment behind me, near the mirror, my voice answered, "Yes." I didn't turn around. The moment I heard my voice say yes from behind me, I knew if I looked, it would already be too late. That's the thing with mirrors. You don't have to be the one facing them. If it's got your voice, your face, your name, it's already close enough to matter. The knock didn't come again. Nothing followed the word. No footsteps, no whisper. Just that awful waiting silence. I stayed seated on the floor until my legs went numb. I didn't move until the sun started creeping through the window and the mirror stopped pulling at the edge of my awareness. Even then, I didn't speak. I just walked to the bathroom, picked up the cloth off the sink, and draped it gently over the glass. It's been covered ever since. That day, I made a choice. No more talking to it. No more listening. I went quiet. Not silent, I still speak. I talk to people at the store. I answer my phone if I know the number. But I stopped talking to myself, stopped muttering, stopped reacting out loud when something spooked me. I let my voice become something private again, something not easily borrowed. That seemed to help. The knock didn't come back. The voice didn't call again. But Mason never did either. I tried one more time. I drove to that trailhead his brother mentioned. It was a few hours north, out past the tree line where everything turned still again. Same place we used to start our weekend hikes when we were kids. I parked and walked for a bit, just far enough to be out of sight of the road. Then I stopped. There was a small ring of stones in the clearing just off the path, a fire pit long since cold, nothing fresh, no ashes, no logs. But I could feel it. Like the trees remembered. I stood there for a while, just listening to the wind move through the branches. The forest didn't feel threatening that day. It felt tired, like whatever had called out from the dark was finished now. Or maybe it had moved on to someone else who said the wrong thing at the wrong time. I don't know. But I stood in that clearing and whispered something I hadn't said since the beginning. Come back. Nothing answered. I didn't expect it to. It wasn't an invitation. It was a goodbye. I left a note under one of the stones in the pit. Just his name. Not a message, not a warning. Just his name. Because I figured if whatever took him needed it, it already had it. But if Mason was still in there somewhere, still watching, still listening, maybe he'd see it. Maybe he'd remember who he was before the voice crawled into his mouth and made a home. When I got home, the mirror was still covered. The closet door was still shut. No voice, no echo. And that night, for the first time in what felt like months, I slept. No dreams. No fire. Just darkness. The kind you can rest in. It's been over a year now. People ask if I still go hiking. I do, but I don't camp anymore. I don't sleep near trees, and I don't sit around fires, and I don't say names out loud when the sun's gone down. Not because I'm afraid, because I learned something. There are things in the woods that don't want to hurt you. They just want to wear you, try you on, learn the shape of your words and the weight of your voice. And the only real way to stop them is to make peace with the parts of yourself that echo too loudly. I still think about Mason. Sometimes I wonder if he's still out there, not his body, but the version of him that left before the thing ever stepped into the tent. The part of him that knew better, that didn't answer, that stayed quiet. If that part of him is still listening, maybe one day he'll come back. But I won't wait for him, because I don't live in that silence anymore. I came back out, on my own, without answering to anyone but myself. And that was enough. My name's Caitlin, and what I'm about to share still doesn't make sense to me. It's the kind of thing you read online and dismiss as paranoia or a trick of an overactive imagination. I would have thought the same thing too, honestly. But this isn't a ghost story, not exactly, or even something I can easily explain away as anxiety or stress. I'm writing it down because I need it to exist outside my head, because maybe, if I get it out clearly enough, I'll finally understand what happened in that apartment. I moved into the top floor unit of a small, slightly run-down apartment building on the edge of town. It was cheap, decent enough, and quite everything I was looking for after a messy breakup and a year spent sleeping on friends' couches. The landlord, Mr. Hartley, was an older guy, gruff but friendly enough, the kind who mumbled to himself while fixing things and kept his glasses on a string around his neck. He handed me the keys with a distracted smile, told me the unit was all mine, and warned me the hallway lights flickered sometimes. "The wiring's old," he shrugged, "but it's quiet up here. No one else on your floor." I liked the sound of that. After months of couch surfing, the idea of a quiet, private space was exactly what I needed. It wasn't anything special, a small living room, kitchenette, bedroom, bathroom, and a closet barely big enough for my clothes, but it was mine. I unpacked that afternoon, boxes stacked around me, music playing quietly on my phone. I felt comfortable there at first. But that first night, something changed. I woke around 3 in the morning, disoriented, listening to someone moving quietly behind the wall, the one my bedroom shared with the neighboring apartment. At first, I thought it might be pipes, old buildings creaking, the usual noises you rationalize when you're half asleep. But the longer I listened, the clearer it became. Footsteps, soft pacing, deliberate and rhythmic, like someone walking slowly from one side of the room to the other, then pausing, then pacing again. My chest tightened slightly. It wasn't frightening exactly, just unsettling. Mr. Hartley had specifically told me no one else lived up here, but maybe I'd misunderstood. Maybe he'd meant no one else on my side of the hall. That had to be it. I tried to ignore it, to drift back into sleep, but the pacing continued, soft and persistent, mixed with something else now, a quiet, gentle humming. A woman's voice, faint and melodic, like a lullaby, hummed absently to pass the time. It wasn't unpleasant, but something about it felt wrong, out of place, too careful, too deliberate. By morning, it seemed like a bad dream. The daylight made the whole thing seem foolish, overblown, and I laughed at myself as I made coffee, shaking off the lingering feeling of unease. But the question stayed with me, nagging gently at the back of my mind. Who was in that apartment? Later, when I ran into Mr. Hartley in the hall, toolbox in hand, I asked casually, "Hey, do I have a neighbor up here?" He glanced at me, eyebrows raised slightly. "Neighbor?" "The unit next to mine," I clarified, pointing down the hall. "Thought you said no one lived there, but I heard someone last night, moving around, humming, just wondering who it was." He stared at me a moment longer, then shook his head. "You must have heard wrong. Nobody lives there." I frowned slightly. "Are you sure? I definitely heard something." "Apartment sealed," he interrupted firmly. "Has been ever since the fire 5 years ago. Nobody's been in there since then. Walls are thin, that's all. I stood there, suddenly uncomfortable, unsure what to say next. Mr. Hartley seemed to notice my unease, his expression softening slightly. "Just old noises, Caitlin. Nothing to worry about, I promise." He walked away without another word, leaving me standing awkwardly in the hallway, feeling somehow foolish and unsettled at the same time. Later, when I passed by the unit, I paused, staring at the closed door. It looked ordinary, same faded paint, same brass numbers, but something about it now felt different, heavier. I reached out slowly, pressing my palm flat against the wood. It was warm, warmer than it should have been. Not hot exactly, but noticeably warm to the touch, as if something behind it was radiating heat. I stepped back quickly, pulse quickening. Mr. Hartley had said nobody was inside, that it was sealed. But I'd heard something. I knew I had. That night, sleep was difficult. Every time I began drifting off, my ears strained automatically for sounds from the neighboring apartment. But this time it was silent, completely silent. Until, just after midnight, I heard it. A scratching noise, soft but unmistakable, coming from behind the shared wall. Slow, deliberate scrapes, as if fingernails were gently dragging across the drywall, testing the barrier. I sat up, heart hammering, every muscle tense. The scratching continued, slow and steady, moving gradually along the wall, as if tracing a careful path. Then abruptly, it stopped. I held my breath, waiting, hoping it was over. Then came the knock. Just one gentle, deliberate, soft enough to have been imagined if I hadn't been listening so closely, but I heard it clearly. One single, careful tap. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I sat rigidly, staring at the wall, waiting for something else, anything else. Nothing came. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me into sleep. But the next night, it happened again. The scratching, slow and careful, followed by 3 soft knocks, evenly spaced, patient and deliberate. And then, just as I was about to convince myself it was my imagination, I heard it clearly, a voice, quiet and muffled, coming from the vent beside my bed. A whisper, soft and tentative, barely audible through the metal grate. "Is it safe to come out yet?" My breath caught painfully. Every instinct in me screamed not to reply, not to acknowledge whatever was happening. I stayed silent, frozen, heart racing in my chest, listening carefully for anything else. But nothing more happened that night. No scratching, no pacing, no humming. In the morning, everything felt normal again. The apartment was quiet, ordinary, bathed in sunlight. I could almost convince myself I'd dreamed it all. Until the knocking began again, this time from inside my closet door. The knocking from inside my closet wasn't loud. It was gentle, hesitant, as if whoever or whatever was behind the door didn't want to startle me, but it did. My heart slammed so hard against my chest it actually hurt, and for a long moment, all I could do was stare at the closet door, waiting for it to happen again. But the knocking stopped almost as suddenly as it started, leaving the apartment heavy with a silence that felt louder than the sound itself. I couldn't move at first, could barely breathe. It was as if something had shifted, broken some unspoken boundary. The noises through the wall were one thing I could rationalize them. dismiss them as pipes or mice or even dreams. But this was different. This was in my space, closer than ever, impossible to deny or ignore. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I stood carefully, never taking my eyes off the closet. My legs felt weak, unsteady beneath me. I took a slow step forward, then another, my hand reaching out toward the handle, but before I could touch it, I stopped, every muscle tensed, every nerve ending alive, screaming at me to reconsider. I stepped back quickly, retreating to the living room, grabbing my phone as I sat heavily on the couch. My hands shook as I scrolled through my contacts, desperate for someone to call, someone who might listen and help me make sense of this. But every name I landed on felt wrong. Friends who'd worry I was losing it, family who'd tell me to leave immediately, or worse, brush it off as paranoia. Finally, I called Mr. Hartley. I didn't know what else to do. He answered after 3 rings, sounding tired and slightly annoyed. "Caitlin, is everything okay?" I took a breath, struggling to steady my voice. "Something's wrong with the apartment." There was a pause on his end, a shift in tone. "What kind of something?" "The noises I mentioned yesterday. They're worse, and now they're inside my closet." Another pause, longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter, strained. "That's not possible, Caitlin. It's an old building. Sounds carry strangely sometimes. I told you, no one else is up there." "Can you please just come up and check?" I begged, feeling tears sting behind my eyes. "I swear I'm not imagining this." He sighed heavily, reluctantly. "Give me a minute." I waited anxiously by the door until I heard him climb the stairs, each slow footstep creaking gently beneath his weight. When he finally knocked, I practically yanked the door open, heart still racing painfully. He stepped inside slowly, glancing around, looking slightly uncomfortable. "Show me." I led him directly to the bedroom, pointing at the closet door, still tightly shut. "In there." He approached cautiously, placing his hand lightly on the wood. He paused, listening intently, his face unreadable. Then he opened it quickly, stepping back just enough to reveal nothing. Just clothes, shoes, a suitcase pushed back into a corner, exactly what should have been there, nothing out of place. He looked at me carefully, his expression sympathetic but guarded. "Caitlin," he said gently, "maybe you just heard something from downstairs. The vents and pipes carry sound. It happens." "No," I whispered, frustration bubbling up sharply. "It was clear, deliberate knocking, Mr. Hartley. I'm not imagining this." He hesitated, clearly weighing his words. "The apartment next door hasn't been touched in 5 years. After the fire, they boarded it up tight, cut the utilities. No one's inside. No one can get inside. I promise you that." "But why?" "I don't know," he interrupted softly, firmly. "But it's not what you think. Maybe it's time to talk to someone. You know, someone who can help." I stared at him, anger and humiliation mingling painfully inside me. He thought I was losing it. Maybe I was starting to wonder myself, but it didn't make the fear any less real. He left quietly after that, promising to check the unit again to ease my mind, but his voice was gentle and placating the way you speak to someone fragile or disturbed. I shut the door behind him, leaning against it, breathing shallowly, feeling completely alone. The rest of the day, I stayed away from the bedroom, moving restlessly around the living room, the kitchen, forcing myself not to glance at that closet door. I distracted myself with cleaning, television, cooking, but it was all meaningless, busy work to pass time. As night approached, anxiety coiled tighter and tighter inside me. Eventually, I couldn't avoid it any longer. I stepped back into the bedroom, trying to convince myself nothing was wrong, that it had been my imagination, or the pipes, or something harmless. But as soon as I closed the bedroom door behind me, the air felt heavier, charged somehow. I changed quickly, avoiding even a glance at the closet. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers tightly around me, willing sleep to come quickly and mercifully. It didn't. I lay there, tense, listening carefully, every sound magnified. At first, nothing happened, just the familiar hum of distant traffic, the creak of old wood, the whispering quiet of an empty apartment. Then, at precisely 2:13 a.m., the scratching started again, this time sharper, closer, louder. My chest tightened painfully as I sat up slowly, staring wide-eyed at the closet door. The scratching was rhythmic now, deliberate, moving up and down slowly, like nails tracing patterns along the inside. My pulse quickened sharply. I forced myself out of bed, walking slowly, deliberately, toward the closet. Each step felt impossibly heavy, as if my legs resisted instinctively, begging me to run instead. But I reached the door, hand trembling violently as I touched the handle. The scratching stopped immediately. My breath caught painfully. Slowly, carefully, I turned the handle and opened the door. Inside, the closet looked exactly the same. Nothing moved, nothing out of place. My clothes hung neatly, my shoes sat quietly, everything normal. Except for one small thing. On the back wall, barely noticeable, were faint scratch marks, thin, deep grooves etched deliberately into the paint. They spelled something clearly, though shakily, as if carved by desperate fingers. Please let me out. I stumbled back, heart pounding, breath catching painfully in my throat. My mind raced wildly, desperately trying to rationalize what I saw, but there was no rational explanation, nothing that could make sense of this. I shut the door quickly, pressing my back against it, breathing raggedly, trying not to panic. But even as I stood there, frozen and terrified, I heard it again, a soft whisper, barely audible, coming clearly through the vent above me. The same voice as before, trembling slightly with desperation. Please, I don't want to be alone anymore. I didn't sleep at all that night. How could I, knowing what was happening behind the walls of my own apartment? I sat up in bed, the light on, eyes fixed firmly on the closet door, half expecting it to slowly creak open or for the whisper to return. But it stayed quiet after that plea, silent enough to almost make me doubt myself again. Almost. By the time dawn broke, pale and hesitant, I felt drained, my nerves raw and jittery. I couldn't face another day trapped here alone, spiraling into panic. I got dressed quickly, barely glancing at my reflection, dark circles, hollow eyes, and left without eating, needing air and space to clear my head. I spent hours wandering aimlessly around town, stopping in coffee shops I'd never visited before, sitting at bus stops I had no intention of using, anything to delay returning home. But no matter how far I walked or how long I lingered, the apartment lingered with me, its walls, its whispers, the scratching behind my closet door. Eventually, exhausted and out of options, I found myself back at the building entrance, staring reluctantly up at the top floor windows. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step heavy and reluctant. When I reached the top floor, Mr. Hartley was already standing there, toolbox in hand, waiting patiently outside my door. "Caitlin," he said gently, almost apologetic, "can we talk?" I hesitated, then nodded wearily, opening my apartment door and stepping aside to let him in. He walked past me slowly, his eyes carefully scanning the room before turning back to face me. "I'm not saying you're crazy," he began quietly, hands raised slightly, palms open, cautious. "But I checked everything again this morning. I even went into the unit next door. I broke the seal, opened it up." My eyes widened. "You did?" He nodded slowly. "I had to know for sure. I didn't want you feeling unsafe here. But Caitlin, there's nobody in there. Nothing but empty rooms and old fire damage." "But the scratching." "I don't know," he said softly, cutting me off gently. "Maybe mice, maybe old pipes, maybe echoes. This place has history, you know. Sounds get stuck. Memories, too." I stared at him helplessly, feeling the tightness in my chest worsen. "You saw the scratches in my closet I showed you." He looked down, clearly uncomfortable. "I saw them, yeah, but I don't know when they got there. Could have been from before you moved in. Could have been you in your sleep. Stress does strange things." "I'm not imagining this," I whispered, frustrated tears welling sharply. "I believe you feel something is happening," he replied carefully, choosing his words. "But there's nothing physically here, not that I could find. Maybe it's time you thought about finding somewhere else to stay." I felt a sudden rush of anger and embarrassment, shame burning hot in my cheeks. "You want me to move out? Just like that?" "I'm just suggesting it might help," he said quietly. "I don't want to see you scared like this." After he left, I felt completely hollow. Every reassurance he'd given felt fake, meaningless. I knew what I'd heard. I knew what I'd seen. I wasn't making this up, wasn't inventing something to fill the emptiness in my life. But his doubt shook me anyway. That evening, I sat alone in the quiet apartment, listening carefully, nerves stretched thin, waiting for the noises to return. As darkness settled in, my anxiety built painfully, my ears straining to hear anything: footsteps, whispers, scratches, but the apartment was silent, almost defiantly so. Eventually, I couldn't stand it anymore. I stood quickly, grabbing my coat and keys, desperate for some kind of answer or resolution. I stepped into the hallway, eyes fixed on the neighboring apartment door, the one Mr. Hartley had reopened and supposedly cleared. It stood slightly ajar now, inviting me closer. My heartbeat quickened as I approached slowly, pushing the door open fully, stepping hesitantly inside. The apartment was dark, musty, the air heavy with years of stale emptiness, and the faint charred scent of long extinguished fire. Even in the dark, I could see the damage clearly: walls stained with smoke, paint blistered and peeling, furniture blackened and warped. But Mr. Hartley was right. There was no one here. No hidden occupant. No mysterious tenant pacing the floorboards at night. Just an empty, burned-out space, quiet and abandoned. Still, as I stood there, a shiver ran down my spine. The apartment felt wrong somehow, not just damaged, but deeply, unsettlingly empty, as if something important had been erased. It wasn't just old fire damage, I realized slowly. The entire place felt drained, stripped clean of life. I turned quickly, anxious to leave, but stopped abruptly as something caught my eye near the wall that separated this apartment from my bedroom. There, clearly visible even in the gloom, were markings scratched deeply into the charred drywall. I stepped closer, my chest tightening painfully. Scratched into the wall were tally marks, dozens of them, carefully drawn in shaky lines one after another, each set of 5 slashed through with a sharp diagonal mark, counting something. Counting days, weeks, months. I reached out slowly, fingers brushing the rough edges, my throat tightening painfully. Who had been here, hidden away, counting desperately, waiting for rescue, waiting for release? Then, beneath the tally marks, I noticed a second set of scratches, words carved roughly but clearly into the drywall. They left me behind. My breath caught painfully. I stepped back quickly, heart racing, head spinning. This wasn't something I could rationalize. Someone had been here trapped, hidden away, abandoned. And whatever happened in this apartment hadn't been resolved by fire or time. It was still here, waiting quietly, desperately reaching out to anyone who might finally hear. I fled back to my apartment, slamming the door shut, leaning against it, breathing raggedly, fighting panic. The emptiness, the silence, it made sense now. Someone had been sealed away, forgotten, buried beneath explanations and reassurances that never quite felt right. And now they were reaching out to me, because I was the only one who could hear. I stumbled into my bedroom, eyes drawn irresistibly to the closet. Without thinking, almost in a daze, I opened the door, staring again at the scratches pleading for release. They matched exactly, perfectly, the ones I'd just seen next door. I closed the closet slowly, carefully, knowing with absolute certainty I was no longer alone. That night, when the whispers returned through the vent, faint and desperate, I didn't pull away or cover my ears. Instead, heart pounding, I whispered back, gently, cautiously, "I can hear you. Who are you?" There was silence for a long moment, heavy and expectant. Then quietly, shakingly, the voice replied, "I don't remember anymore. They took my name when they left me here." My throat tightened painfully. "Who's they?" The voice hesitated, then answered softly, fearfully, "The ones who started the fire." As I sat there, heart hammering, cold realization washed over me. The fire hadn't been accidental. It had been deliberate, meant to hide something or someone. And now, 5 years later, that someone was reaching out, desperately pleading to finally be remembered. And they had chosen me to listen. I sat there in the dark, staring at the wall vent, trying to process the quiet words that had drifted through from the other side. My heartbeat was fast, uneven, and my mind raced as I struggled to understand the reality I had somehow stumbled into. It felt impossible, yet undeniably real. A fire that had sealed off an apartment. A person trapped inside, abandoned, hidden away, their existence carefully forgotten. Someone who didn't even remember their own name anymore. I swallowed hard, leaning closer to the vent, voice trembling slightly. Why did they leave you here? For a long moment, silence. Then carefully, softly, the voice came again, hesitant, as though the words were difficult to form. Because I saw them. Saw who? I asked quietly, breath caught in my throat. Another pause, heavier this time. The ones who burned it. My mind spun, heart racing. They locked you in because you saw them start the fire. Yes, came the whispered reply, quiet but steady. They wanted everyone gone, but I hid. They didn't know I was still here until after. By then, it was easier just to leave me. My chest felt tight, painful. The implications were staggering, impossible. Someone had deliberately set the fire. Someone had intentionally abandoned a witness, trapped and forgotten for 5 whole years. And Mr. Hartley, had he known, had he lied? I took a shaking breath. Are you hurt? How have you survived? I'm not sure, came the soft, uncertain reply. Time doesn't mean much now. I just wait. I've tried to leave, but the door won't open. I don't know how long it's been, only that it's felt very long. My mind struggled to grasp it. How could someone survive sealed in an empty apartment, cut off from food, water, sunlight, everything? How was it possible? Can I help you? I finally whispered, voice unsteady. Silence, then very softly, almost fearfully, I think it's too late for that. I sat back slowly, feeling numb, helpless. What do you mean? Sometimes I don't feel real anymore, came the quiet, drifting reply. Sometimes I'm afraid I'm just part of the walls now, part of this place. You're real, I whispered desperately. I hear you, you're real. Please don't stop believing that, the voice begged softly. They told me I'd be forgotten. They said nobody would ever find me. If you hear me, if you believe me, maybe I can still be real. My chest ached painfully. I believe you. I'll help you somehow. Be careful, the voice said softly, urgently. They'll come back if they think someone knows. Who? I whispered desperately. Who will come back? But no answer came, just silence again, heavier and deeper than before. I spent the rest of that night pacing, restless, frantic, trying to piece together what little I knew. When dawn finally arrived, I'd made my decision. I needed to know the truth. No more half answers, no more whispered warnings. It was time to confront the only person who could possibly know what had really happened. I waited in the hallway until Mr. Hartley showed up, tools in hand, on his usual morning rounds. He stiffened slightly when he saw me standing there, eyes cautious, wary. Caitlin, he said slowly, carefully, everything okay? No, I replied firmly, my voice steadier than I'd expected. Not even close. I know someone was left behind after the fire. I know it wasn't an accident. He froze, eyes widening briefly before narrowing sharply, suspicion hardening his expression. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about, I pressed quietly, anger simmering just beneath my words. The person trapped in the sealed apartment, the person who saw the fire being set. They're still there. "That's impossible," he said quickly, harshly, eyes darting nervously toward the sealed apartment door. "There's nobody." "I heard them," I interrupted sharply. "They spoke to me. They said you sealed them in because they saw what you did." He stepped back quickly, shaking his head sharply, voice suddenly tight, strained. "Caitlin, listen to me carefully. You need to leave this alone, right now." "Or what?" I challenged, voice shaking. "You'll seal me in too?" He didn't reply, just turned abruptly, walking quickly away without another word, leaving me standing in the hallway, breathless, terrified, and certain I'd finally uncovered something he'd spent years carefully hiding. I spent that day gathering whatever I could, old newspaper articles, internet searches, anything about the fire. The story was thin, accidental, electrical issues, no casualties. But buried in an old news forum was a brief mention of a missing person report filed quietly, then dismissed. No follow-up, no answers, just a question left hanging. Someone had been erased from the official record. As darkness approached again, dread coiled tightly in my stomach. I couldn't abandon whoever was trapped next door, couldn't ignore the voice desperately pleading for help. But I also knew now that uncovering this meant danger. Mr. Hartley's warning had made that clear enough. That night, just after midnight, I heard the scratching again, this time sharper, desperate, louder. My heart leapt painfully. I rushed toward the closet, flinging it open, expecting, hoping to see something, anything. But again, nothing. I sank to the floor, defeated, helpless, fighting tears. "I'm sorry," I whispered brokenly. "I don't know what else to do." For a long moment, silence. Then a soft whisper drifted through the vent again, hesitant, gentle. "You've already done enough." "What do you mean?" I replied softly, head spinning. "You heard me," the voice said quietly, almost gently. "You believed me. That's more than anyone else has ever done." "I can't leave you here," I whispered, throat tight with tears. "I can't walk away knowing you're trapped." "I don't think you have a choice anymore," came the soft, regretful reply. "They know now. They won't let you keep asking questions." "Who?" I asked again desperately. "Mr. Hartley? Is he the one who did this?" The whisper hesitated briefly, then quietly answered, "He helped, but there are others, and now they know you've found me." My blood ran cold. What should I do? "Leave," the voice urged softly, almost pleading. "Before it's too late. Before you become like me." I shook my head, stubbornness and fear mixing painfully. "I won't just abandon you." "You're not abandoning me," came the gentle reply. "You're keeping yourself safe. If you go, at least I'll know someone remembered me." My chest tightened painfully. "What's your name?" I whispered helplessly. "Please try to remember. Tell me." There was a long pause, heavy with effort. Then finally, softly, hesitantly, the voice answered. "Anna. My name was Anna." "Anna," I whispered gently, fighting tears, heart aching painfully. "I won't forget you." "I know," she replied quietly, her voice fading gently. "That's all I needed." Then silence settled again, deeper and heavier than ever, leaving me alone, heartbroken and terrified. Because Anna was right, whatever darkness had trapped her here now knew that I had found her. and it wouldn't wait long before it came for me too. After that night, sleep wasn't even a possibility. How could it be? Knowing what I knew now, every noise, every shadow, felt like it carried a threat. Anna's whispered warning stayed lodged in my mind, playing over and over. She'd begged me to leave, to stay safe, but I couldn't abandon her. Not like everyone else had, not like Mr. Hartley and whoever else was behind this had done years before. I paced the apartment as dawn came, feeling like a prisoner in my own home, waiting for something to happen, someone to arrive and stop me from talking. But no one came, no pounding at the door, no threats from the hallway, just silence. Quiet, heavy, and oppressive. I knew I should leave immediately, pack what little I had and never look back. But the thought of leaving Anna behind, of letting her remain trapped and forgotten, filled me with a guilt I couldn't stomach. Her story deserved to be told. She deserved to be heard. So instead of running, I began writing it down, all of it, every detail, every conversation, every strange and unsettling moment. I documented Anna's whispers, the scratches on the wall, the sealed apartment, and Mr. Hartley's suspicious behavior. My plan was simple. If something happened to me, someone else needed to know the truth. Around midday, my phone buzzed. My stomach tightened sharply when I saw Mr. Hartley's name on the screen. I hesitated, heart hammering, before answering cautiously. "Hello?" His voice was calm, controlled. "Caitlin, I wanted to check on you, see if you'd thought about what we discussed." My throat tightened painfully, but I forced my voice steady. "I have. I'm not going anywhere. Not yet." A long pause. "You're making a mistake." "Why?" I challenged softly, fear mixing sharply with anger. "Because I know what you did." Another pause, longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice was lower, colder. I didn't have a choice. "There's always a choice," I said, voice trembling with restrained fury. "You chose to trap someone behind a wall and pretend they never existed. How can you justify that?" "You don't know what happened," he said sharply. "You don't know why." "Then tell me," I snapped, desperation breaking through. "Tell me why Anna had to be hidden away. Tell me why you kept it a secret for 5 years. Help me understand." Silence stretched painfully, heavy with tension. When he finally replied, his voice was strained, nearly broken. "Not over the phone. Meet me downstairs in the lobby. 1 hour. I'll tell you everything." Before I could answer, he hung up abruptly, leaving me holding the phone tightly, heart racing. I hesitated, torn between distrust and the need for answers. Ultimately, the chance to understand, even if it was dangerous, outweighed my fear. 1 hour later, I stood anxiously in the lobby, heart hammering as Mr. Hartley arrived, looking older, wearier than I'd ever seen him. He motioned me toward a small maintenance room behind the main staircase, shutting the door carefully behind us. "I don't have long," he began, voice low and urgent. "They're watching me now." "Who's watching you?" I demanded, desperate for clarity. "The owners," he replied bitterly. "The people who paid me to keep quiet after the fire." "So there was a fire," I pressed, confusion swirling. "Or was it intentional?" He sighed heavily, shoulders sagging. "It was intentional, Anna saw them. She saw everything. Saw what? I whispered harshly, fear tightening my throat. His eyes flicked toward the door nervously, then back to me, resigned. They were trying to clear out the building. Insurance money, redevelopment plans. It doesn't matter. Anna saw them setting the fire. She recognized them. The fire spread faster than they planned, and by the time it was out, Anna was hiding in the back room, terrified. They found her afterward, scared and desperate, ready to tell everyone what she'd seen. My chest tightened painfully, anger and sorrow mingling. And you let them lock her away? I didn't have a choice, he snapped, eyes wild, voice breaking. They threatened me, my family. I thought they told me it would just be temporary, just long enough to sort things out. But it wasn't temporary. They sealed the apartment, erased her from records, threatened me again every time I considered speaking up. By then it was too late. Anna was supposed to disappear quietly. But she didn't, I said quietly, my voice shaking. He shook his head slowly, grief-stricken. No, somehow she stayed. I don't know how, I don't understand it. She's been there ever since, trapped in that place, and I couldn't do anything about it. You could have tried, I whispered, anger burning sharply now. You should have tried. He looked down, defeated. I've spent 5 years hoping it would end on its own, but it hasn't. She's still there, and now you're involved. They know you know. It's dangerous for both of us. Then let's end it, I said desperately. Let's tell someone now, before it's too late. He shook his head sharply, fear returning to his expression. They control everything. Caitlin police, inspectors, lawyers. No one will believe us. No one can help. I stepped closer, pleading desperately. Then let her go. Open the apartment again. Help me release her, please. He stared at me, eyes haunted, then finally nodded slowly. Tonight, after dark, wait for me upstairs. He slipped out quietly, leaving me shaking, frightened, and hopeful for the first time. When night finally fell, I waited anxiously in the hallway outside Anna's apartment. Mr. Hartley arrived a few minutes later, silent, withdrawn. He pulled out his keys, hands trembling, and unlocked the door. The heavy lock turned with a dull click, and he stepped back, letting me enter first. Inside, the apartment felt colder than before, emptier. Shadows stretched across charred walls, broken furniture looming in darkness. The air felt heavy, expectant, charged with desperation. "Anna?" I called softly, voice trembling. "We're here. You can come out now." Silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. "Anna," I whispered again, fear building, "please answer." But still nothing came, no whispers, no scratching, no sign she was there at all. Behind me, Mr. Hartley shifted nervously. "Maybe she's gone now," he said softly. "Maybe she just needed to be acknowledged." My heart twisted painfully. No, she was real. She spoke to me. I can't leave without. A soft sound interrupted me, gentle and cautious, from deep within the apartment. Footsteps slow, hesitant, moving toward us. Then, from the shadows, she stepped forward, pale and faint, but unmistakably real. Anna stood quietly, eyes wide and frightened, her figure flickering slightly at the edges, like a candle about to go out. "You came back," she whispered softly, disbelief in her voice. I reached out instinctively, hand trembling. "I told you I wouldn't leave you here." Her eyes softened, tears glistening faintly. "I can finally leave now, because of you." "How?" I asked, desperate and confused. "What do we do?" She smiled gently, sadly, stepping forward. "Just remember me. That's all I needed. To be seen, to be remembered." Her figure flickered again, softening at the edges, fading gently as she spoke again, quieter this time, almost a sigh. "Thank you." Then slowly, she vanished entirely, leaving only silence and a lingering, fragile warmth. I stood quietly, tears sliding down my face, understanding finally. Anna had only needed someone to know, to acknowledge her, to remember that she had existed, that her life mattered. Behind me, Mr. Hartley stood silently, head bowed, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm sorry." I didn't reply, only stood quietly, feeling both loss and relief, knowing Anna was free. And finally, so was I. The days after Anna vanished felt like walking out of a nightmare. The apartment building itself was the same, at least on the surface, the same old hallway carpet, the faded walls, the cracked paint, but something deeper had shifted. It felt lighter, emptier in a good way, like a heavy curtain had finally been lifted. But even then, I knew things wouldn't simply go back to normal. You don't go through something like that and stay unchanged. Mr. Hartley disappeared the morning after we saw Anna, leaving nothing behind but a note slipped quietly under my door. It wasn't an apology, not exactly, but it felt genuine. "I'm leaving the city. I won't ask forgiveness. I don't deserve it, but thank you for helping her. Take care of yourself." I read it 3 times, then folded it neatly and tucked it away. He hadn't been innocent in all this, but I understood his fear now. Sometimes, fear makes you into someone you never imagined you'd become. Maybe that was what happened to him, or maybe it had always been inside him, waiting to come out. Either way, I wasn't sure forgiveness was mine to give. That felt like Anna's choice, not mine. As the weeks passed, I expected someone else to show up, the people who'd started the fire, the ones who'd hidden Anna away. But no one ever did. It was like they'd given up now, vanished just as thoroughly as Anna herself. The building stayed quiet, and no threats or warnings arrived. Whatever grip they'd held on this place had slipped, and maybe they'd realized it was finally over. But even though Anna was gone, I couldn't let her memory vanish quietly. Her story was too important, too real, to simply fade back into silence. She'd been erased once already. I wouldn't let it happen again. So I wrote everything down, every detail, every conversation, every late-night whisper through the vents. I gathered old documents, records from the city archives, and copies of those dismissed missing person reports. Then, when it felt complete, I sent copies to every local news outlet I could find, newspapers, websites, radio stations, anyone who might listen. I didn't care anymore if they thought I was crazy. I just needed Anna's story to be heard, to be acknowledged publicly, even if only once. The local paper picked it up first, running a quiet, skeptical piece buried on page 5. But within days, interest grew. People began sharing it online, talking about it in local forums. Questions were asked, names were mentioned, and slowly, the truth began slipping out, impossible to contain. I stayed quiet, anonymous, keeping to myself as much as possible, but even so, people found me: journalists, podcasters, curiosity seekers. They knocked on my door, left notes in my mailbox, called me repeatedly. I ignored them all, focusing instead on moving forward with my own life. I moved out of the apartment as soon as I could. It wasn't fear that drove me away, not anymore, but the realization that this place would never truly be home again. Too many memories, too many echoes. On my last night there, as I packed the final box, I paused, staring quietly at the wall vent, the same one where Anna's voice had first whispered through. It felt like years ago now, even though only a few weeks had passed. "Goodbye, Anna," I whispered softly, gently placing my hand against the wall, as if she might still somehow feel my presence. "I hope you're finally okay." The apartment didn't answer, of course, but I felt a small sense of peace settle over me, reassuring and gentle. Wherever she was now, I hoped she had found rest. She deserved that, at the very least. My new place was small, bright, and far away from the city. I chose somewhere quiet, surrounded by open space, trees, and fresh air. It wasn't perfect, but it was peaceful, and after everything I'd been through, that was enough. Slowly, life began returning to something that felt close to normal. I got a new job, one that kept me busy but didn't drain me. I spent more time outside, away from walls and enclosed spaces. I began sleeping again, soundly and without dreams, no scratching, no whispers, no hidden rooms. But some things didn't fade completely. I never completely stopped checking doors twice at night. I never fully trusted silence again, always expecting something just beyond hearing, waiting quietly in the dark. Then, one warm evening, months after I'd moved away, something arrived that brought it all sharply back. It was an envelope, plain white, with no return address. Inside, a single folded piece of paper with a short handwritten note. "They believed you. Everyone knows now. Thank you for not forgetting me." My chest tightened sharply as I read the words, heart racing with sudden disbelief and quiet wonder. The handwriting was careful, gentle, and familiar, the same fragile, uncertain script that had pleaded for freedom on the closet wall. Anna's handwriting. For a long moment, I stood frozen, staring at the paper, struggling to understand how it was possible. Then, slowly, a quiet warmth filled my chest, something like gratitude and relief, mingling gently with a deeper understanding. Anna hadn't vanished entirely. Maybe she never would. Her presence, her memory, it was out there now, known and shared by others. She wasn't trapped anymore, and she wasn't forgotten. That was enough. I kept the note carefully, placing it alongside Mr. Hartley's. Both notes lived quietly in my dresser drawer, tucked away, private but present. Gentle reminders of what had happened, of what I'd faced, of what Anna had endured, and how she'd finally found peace. My life moved forward, quietly, gently. Friends returned, laughter felt easier again, and slowly the tension of those long weeks eased from my shoulders. I knew I'd always carry that experience with me, but it wasn't a burden anymore. It was a memory, an important piece of who I had become. One afternoon, on the first anniversary of that night in the apartment, I returned to the city. The building stood quiet now, the lobby repainted, new tenants living their lives, unaware of the truth hidden in their walls. From the street, it looked utterly ordinary again, indistinguishable from any other old, worn apartment building. But I knew its secrets now, knew the shadows hidden inside it. And even if the world moved forward, forgetting and rebuilding, Anna and I would always remember. As I stood there, quietly watching from across the street, a breeze stirred gently, warm and reassuring, brushing softly across my face. I closed my eyes briefly, feeling it surround me, peaceful and familiar. Maybe it was nothing, just wind on a summer afternoon. Or maybe, just maybe, it was her way of telling me she was still there, still remembered, still real in every way that mattered. Either way, as I walked quietly away, I finally felt at peace. Anna was free, and because of her, so was I.